All right, we're live. Welcome, everyone, to the Good, the Bad, and the Jets podcast live stream for the 2021 NFL Draft.
Big night tonight. Already some steam coming up. Seeing on Twitter, possibly the Jets want to move up from 23 to 12. It's according to Tony Pauline of, I believe he's with Pro Football Network. So we'll see. It's already the buzz is beginning for tonight, as one of our buddies would like to say.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't know, I'm Brandon Ferris. This is Spencer Klein. Our viewers have never seen our faces before.
I know. This is the reveal. So you know the voices behind the noise on. Sorry, the faces behind the voices on the podcast.
And we're fully vaccinated. We will actually be able to do the pod in person maybe next week or in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, hope so. It'll be exciting. We'll see.
I gotta get my Jets hat on.
All right, here we go. It's been, as we saw tonight, we've been on the clock since week 2, basically.
I know. Yeah.
When
Raheem Mostert went for that 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
There's Zach Wilson.
And yeah, for us, we'll be watching the NFL Network coverage of the draft. So if anyone wants to, well, if you're choosing between ESPN and NFL Network, suggest NFL Network simply.
Yeah, I like them a lot better. I think Greeny's on ESPN right now.
Yeah.
Mike Greenberg, horrible guy.
Suggest not listening to him if you want to have some quality draft coverage.
I'll also be live tweeting on our accounts every grade for the picks and some of our analysis as well. So I think we're about to start. Goodell should be here in a few minutes. We'll get some call-ins too from some listeners, our friends who have our phone number. We'll put them on speaker, get some live reactions. It'll be a good night.
You're already saying before, like, why do we even need to have teams on the clock for the first few picks? Like, it's a waste.
I know. They'll take the whole 10 minutes.
The Jags and the Jets just move on to 3. We know what's happening there.
Every team always takes the full 10 minutes, even if they know who they're drafting for whatever reason. I don't get it.
Got to change that rule. at least we pick one. You should know who it is if you've been in that spot for months. Simply. We'll see what the scoop is on Twitter for anything additional.
And if anyone has any questions, you can put them in the chat. We'll be here all night, hopefully, from picks 1 to maybe 32, as long as it doesn't go till 2 a.m.
Maybe earlier. We'll see what see how the pace. See what the Jets do. We might get a second reaction earlier than we're expecting.
Yeah, you said that they might trade up.
Yeah, so I think they're still going to stay at 23. That's just my opinion of it. Has nothing to do with the reporting there, but could be fully wrong. We'll see. Not opposed to moving up. Just don't.
If they
use the Sam picks, that's the big thing that we were saying on the pod the last few weeks.
Yeah.
If they're going to move up, you have the extra capital now. It shouldn't be too costly, simply.
Well, if they want Tevin Jenkins, who supposedly is their top offensive lineman, they'll have to move up for him. I don't think he'll make it past Chicago. I don't think Vera Tucker makes it past the Raiders. I don't think either of them make it to the Jets. That's my opinion. And Greg Newsome, too. I think Tennessee nabs him at 22.
A lot of it will just be the board shaking out. We just don't really know what.
Yeah.
We've assumed a lot. It's all we do up until the draft. You just assume how most of these teams' boards are, the reporting, whether it's real or smoke. And
I think the running back reporting is a lot of smoke. I can't see them going running back at 23.
I know.
Good reaction now.
As we were both saying, if they go running back at 23, this certainly will be the most interesting reaction we could have to that slot. I think that would be the most controversial that we've talked about on the pod up to this point.
Yeah, I can't think of a worse, I guess not worse, but more controversial position at 23 than running back.
No, I'll save my thoughts for that. No need to. We've dove deep enough into that on the pod.
If they went safety there, that would also be weird.
Yeah, I mean, like
they shouldn't.
There's certain positions round 1 they don't need to go for that I would accept later on. Like use it safety. The Jets do not need to target there. Tight end, you don't need to target round 1
unless it's Pitts, but he's not falling.
Yeah, I mean, of course, something extreme happened there. That would be a different story.
Well, you wouldn't mind a linebacker.
I think it's just still such a huge 23. Need. Because outside of Mosley, there's not not really any like you could pencil it. Well, Gerard Davis is going to be
But
starting.
he's
at least,
outside
but-
though. If you're talking straight inside, JOK.
Well, I'm
He'll probably do
assuming
both.
Mosley's penciled in the middle, of
Yeah.
course, and then the two spots aside of him, like it's Davis and
Davison.
Cashman, which I'm not comfortable. I mean, I like the potential with Davis, and hoping that with the staff that they could bring the best out of him. But the other slot, I'm not too comfortable with Cashman.
Well, I was telling you earlier that if they take someone like Aziz Ujulari, who is technically an edge, but he plays outside linebacker, very good in coverage, I wouldn't mind him. I think he's had some medical red flags, which is why he's been dropping. He's supposed to be top 15 from Georgia, but I wouldn't hate it.
There's certain cases where I could be swayed more to buy in.
It's hard for them to totally screw up this pick at 23.
That was kind of my thoughts today when I was thinking about this slot. I mean, there's really a case that could be made for almost everything except interior D line.
Christian Barmore at 23, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they go interior D line, it's just you'll get a different reaction than what we've seen. Well, what we would anticipate will be shown around that slot.
Yeah, I think wide receiver would be interesting too. It depends who's on the board though. Like some of these guys, they could potentially get at 34, but then these guys could also go back in the first round. Bateman, Elijah, and Rondell Moore, Kadarius Toney, who you like a lot.
Yeah.
Who else would be Dynami Moore? Dynami, the guy from North Carolina.
Right. Yeah.
Dynami Brown.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that they could get. If they go wide receiver at 23 or 34, I think we'll both be okay with it.
That was my take today. I put out on Twitter. Like if they go wide out at 23, I'm certainly not going to be disappointed in any way. Or if they move up, I think that the Pauline information is interesting.
Tony Pauline, right?
Yeah, not sure if we'll see, of course, if that becomes a reality or not. But I mean, if they're moving up top 12, everyone's going to assume it's O-line, but certainly could be a Jalen Waddle. Not impossible if they're trying to go up that early.
I kind of like that.
Could be. I mean, I know we've had some criticism of Devonta Smith for his size, but
I was
watching that slot. I could see it.
I was watching Keyshawn and Zubin, his Keyshawn's morning show.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Johnson, great Jets receiver. He's 6'2", 6'3". He's huge. He was saying Devonta Smith, it's tough to spend a top 15 pick on a 6', 160 guy because he's probably going to play slot, right, at his size. Yeah. And he's just going to get bumped at the line every single time. He's bigger. If he plays outside, he's going to get bumped by these guys. I mean, he can still get bumped by a 5'9", 5'10" nickel cornerback who has 20 pounds on him. He's risky.
One comparison of a player, and I mean, not that one player is going to really be the difference in what he could be, but Tavon Austin was coming into that draft with the same kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily the same height because he wasn't the Heisman, but like the build, the performance that he put on the field for West Virginia. And I mean, he really just hasn't. I mean, he certainly hasn't panned out. He's just been bouncing around.
Well,
not that Smith's going to do that, but it's just like
I think
the size. I don't like the size simply.
Keyshawn might have said it. Whoever drafted Tavon, was it the Rams?
Yeah, the Rams.
They didn't know how to use him.
It's part of it. And like Jared, thank you for the comment. John Ross, it's a good point too. A speedster, and I mean, what has he done so far?
if you go to a system where they can use you, then you should be fine. Like Edelman, we hate to talk highly about him, but the Pats knew how to use him. If you have someone like that with a good coaching staff, I think they can be good. It all depends on so many things.
Yeah, that's
he has talent. Smith has talent. Obviously, we saw that.
That's what I like. Look, if the staff is going to bring in a guy like him and use him the right way, doesn't matter. Simply. So, I mean, as we've been talking about on the pod for the Jets, we're hoping whoever they grab, they're able to do that as well. I know it sounds so simple, but we just haven't seen that often in the last really since 2009 and 2010. We haven't seen it.
Well, did you see, I saw a graphic today, the Jets have the longest playoff drought.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty poor 10 years outside of, what was it, 2015 was the Marshall Decker year. Yeah. That was, of course, that was the best we've seen in the past 10 years. But
Yeah,
that team was built for more
That
of
was
a
a win
1 year
now.
run.
Yeah.
And it just didn't last. So we'll see.
that was Bowles' first year
Yeah.
as coach. He
All right,
was
let's get the show on the road, NFL.
yeah.
Time to-
Goodell didn't start it yet, right?
No, they haven't put them on the clock.
They
It's,
usually put them in the first 5 minutes. Have you heard of Tutu Atwell from Louisville?
I don't know much about it.
He's right. Yeah, he's right
Yeah.
about Amari Rogers on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. Where did you have Rogers again? Third
I
round.
think I had
in your
Rogers
mock last
round
week?
3. Yeah,
'Cause
I think
I had Collins the pick after, and I had him pick fourth round.
I think Rogers would just be a perfect fit, 'cause like we were saying on the pod, and we've said this in earlier episodes. The Crowder future is uncertain.
Yeah.
At the end of his deal, he's a little costly, but it's fine for this year. At this point, they've spent their money, but after
They have
this
plenty of
year,
money.
I'm certainly unsure if he will.
I wouldn't
still be
hate to
there.
re-sign him though. He's
Could
only
bring him
what,
back, but if you could-
27 or 28.
Yeah, but if you could find his replacement for the slot, I'd rather just reallocate, as we talk about a lot in the pod, reallocate his money elsewhere and
But
see what we can do.
where else would they reallocate? The offensive line.
Offensive
More wide
line.
receiver?
I mean, next year, I
And
think
they had
linebacker.
plenty
There's
of
going
money
to be
this year, and they didn't do anything in the secondary.
there's going to be things that will need to be addressed. Hey, look, it's all fair points. We're not the
Yeah.
roster this year versus next year is going to be different, and I mean that's another part of it too. Like their cap, the cap is not a concern for them, and also the cap is a myth, as we've talked about on the podcast
Yeah,
too.
the Saints just get by it every year. They just convert everything to signing
Yeah.
bonuses.
But then also next year you're going to have Tremaine Johnson will finally be off the books. That's the biggest thing I think some Jet fans just would kind of forget at times that he's still on their books simply. And then along with that, Mosley, we don't know for next year if he'll be a part of the group.
You see, Daniel Jeremiah has Wyatt Davis as the 101st guy on his big board.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Why
where
is he
he's
falling so
been
much?
across some of these mock drafts. I still would accept him at 23 if we're still standing pat there. To be honest.
I think they can get a 34.
If
Probably.
they can,
he's
should
not
we-
going to go first round anymore.
Like we said though on the pod, if there's a low lineman that they love, like Humphrey, we've seen him in mocks at later points. If he's going to be there at 23, and
Well,
That's
Dickerson
the
can
guy.
go first round too. We talked
Yeah.
about last week, the Alabama center.
now there's a lot of scenarios in the O-line. So, all right, we're getting closer to.
I love
Kicking
all
it
the
off.
booze. All the
That's-
booze. A lot of fans there, surprisingly.
Yeah, I see. Twitter is complaining, saying, "Let's start already." They're
Should've
also
started 10
having the
minutes
same
ago.
thoughts that we're having right now, as I'm sure some of you listeners are having as well.
Yeah, they gotta get this guy. I mean, the Jets probably won't pick for another 20 minutes at this point.
I mean,
They're
unless
not
the
going to pick till
Jags
8:30.
actually can just get on the clock and do it.
Oh, they have some Browns guys there.
Yeah, there's Joe Thomas on the right. I don't know off the top of my head who is in the middle.
There you go. Thomas has slimmed down a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these O-linemen, it's amazing what they do post their career. Jake Sampson, thank you for the question about Devonta Smith. So we were talking about him a little bit before, but he can, certainly he could be a great player in the league. I just don't like that he's so small. I mean, it's just it's
Right
a
now,
knock against him.
right now, the Giants and Eagles are pegged to target him.
I know in our first mock we did, I think it's about a month ago now, I had him go into Arizona. I think like on a team that has talent already, and you can just slot him right into a good team. I mean, that's perfect. If he has that talent that he certainly showed this year on a good team in the slot with, I mean, my Cardinals example, if you put him in there with Hopkins and Kirk, and then now they brought in A.J. Green as well, like a team like that, certainly be a surplus situation, but
That's how you build around a young quarterback, though. That's what we've been
yes.
saying.
I do think Smith will be good. I'm uncertain of where he should go. That's more of my thought.
I don't think he would fit in well with the Eagles. I think he needs someone with a good supporting cast. The Eagles need Rager isn't their guy. They still need a true one. I mean, he would fit in well with the Giants probably because they have supporting cast. They have Ingram also.
I think the Giants have been mocked to him more than a couple of times. Some of the mock guys have had him there as well. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good exactly, Sam. Like imagine him on a team that just is simply loaded with talent. Then forget his size concerns. He'll burn people. That's all. That's what he's gonna do in this league. So
Yeah, he can be. I could see him doing a lot of slants. Also, he's a good rack and yak guy too. Stop and goes. I think that's what Rondell Moore is going to be really good at too. Rondell Moore he's 5'7". He's probably the smallest receiver in this draft. He'll probably go. Do you think he'll go end of first? I think he might slip into the second.
I think it's weird spots for him in mocks, and I know we were using PFN's simulator.
Yeah,
he was ranked like 60th overall. I just feel like
you got him in
round 2. I saw him late round 2.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, I could see end of first round. Still possibly, probably second round. I guess at this point. These mocks, of course, are a crapshoot half the time. Who knows? But I'm still a fan of him. I think he'll be a solid player in the league.
Watching him, I watched the Purdue and Minnesota, and he's outside, right?
Yeah.
Is it still running?
Yeah.
Yep, we're good.
And I lost connection there for a moment. We're back.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's been spotted.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are in an undisclosed location.
Certainly.
Yeah, hopefully the Wi-Fi keeps up. It's raining here, so I'm
too much hype to just let's get the show on the road.
This is the first in-person draft in 2 years, so
yeah. I mean,
they want to give a spectacle to the fans.
I'm guessing honestly 8:30 they'll probably put them on the clock.
Yeah,
it might have been like coverage kicked off at 8, and then one of those.
We have
they do all the time.
Pre-draft party right here.
Absolutely. Let's see what else. So Avery Martini, Fields for the Jets, book it. I mean, just to talk about that really quick, like I still am on board with Fields if they shocked the world and did that tonight. We're not going to see that anymore. It is going to be Sharpie and Wilson, but certainly I still think Fields going to be a solid player in this league. And look, we'll see where he falls tonight, and then can have some further
I just hope he
analysis.
doesn't go. I hope he doesn't go to the Patriots.
That's what I save my commentary if we happen to come across that. Simply.
Avery Martini is also not having a good night tonight. The Rangers are losing to the Islanders it's a must-win game. It's 3-0 Islanders for you Isles Jets fans out there. Big night for the New York Islanders, New York Jets. Yankees already lost today. But the Wilson era starts tonight, hopefully.
Minutes away. That's the best part.
It's going to be 20 minutes away. The Jaguars are
Did they
on
start?
the clock?
Is the time? Because they're not showing the time.
I haven't seen the time up yet. The draft room.
Unless they're just maybe in a. Oh no, they were okay. Yeah, they were.
They're officially on the clock.
Yeah.
First time selecting a first overall franchise. For as bad as the Jaguars have been, it's surprising this is their first overall pick.
Like they're always hovering in this area, and then they just. Well, forget it. They finally did it the right year for them, but
yeah, I don't think Urban Meyer is going to be successful though.
It's true. I saw a quote today. They said they're not going to. Or it might have been. I don't know if it was directly from him or from someone around his staff saying they're not going to necessarily win with X's and O's. They're going to win with like motivation, culture, and like competitiveness. It just. I don't understand. But yes, I love the cliche statements. They're good and they feel good, but
everyone says
just
that.
I hope the Jets aren't building that because we've seen that enough. That's all. Not much to really add there.
I think the staff is a lot better in New York than Jacksonville.
Yeah, this is what are they waiting for? This is just so silly. Who they're taking.
Urban Meyer was said such to be a good hire, but he's never had NFL experience before, and he's been out of the game for 3 or 4 years.
Around that, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I mean, not that he still knows football. That's the one.
Yeah, but it's tough to come back in.
Yeah,
we've seen it a bunch of times that coaches come back in and they can't do it.
And sometimes
Gruden had trouble.
Yeah,
the first few years.
The jump from what's it called, college to NFL. I mean,
yeah.
So I don't mind it at times. Certainly do like the hire, but certainly there are a lot of failures out of that. To say,
it's such a different game because a lot of these teams.
Also, the way you got to treat the locker room and coach up the players, that's considered enough, I guess, as part of that. So, although we had some of those options on our coaching list, but doesn't matter now. Solid time.
Did any other college coach get hired besides Meyer? Because
Um,
Campbell and Pat Fitzgerald didn't do.
I don't think so from this cycle, unless I'm
Yeah.
just blanking on something.
I don't think Lawrence is here tonight.
No, he's home. Yeah,
Wilson's here, so
Yeah.
we should see him in the green and white.
Yeah. And I think as I know as we were criticizing Mike Greenberg earlier, I did see his tweet. He said the Jets fans were the most fans that are in the house tonight there. So I'm sure
Good.
maybe we'll hear through the TV stream and there'll be some cheers for him. Hopefully they don't scare him away though.
I think everyone's on board with him.
Yeah.
No one's going to boo him.
I mean, even if like there's been the debates all offseason, Fields, Wilson, a little bit of Lance in that discussion. Like, forget it at this point. Once you take them, you got to buy in. Like,
if it's Mac Jones, I'm shutting this down.
That was the one exception of this offseason. But it's just not gonna happen. The Jets don't have to worry about it. But I just don't understand that at times. Like fans, they get so tied down to some of these rookie quarterbacks, and
like Darnold.
Yeah, and you get so bent out of shape that you just either don't select the one you want or move on from the other one that you like for a time. Like, just root for the guy who's there next. And I don't know, not much again. Don't need to ramble on, but it's just I've seen it. We've been seeing a lot with Jets Twitter this all season. There's so much Fields this, Wilson this. They're making the wrong move, this and that. Just buy in once they do it. You have to, or you're gonna be miserable.
He liked Fields so much that as a Jets fan, he goes to the Patriots, they'll cheer for him, which is absurd.
That's as we like to talk about. That's fake fan here. I don't understand that.
So the Jaguars will go down to 0 here.
I think even with I use 5 minutes, then just call him the pick. We know who you're grabbing here. There's not much more discussion that's needed.
My fear is that the Jets will miss their pick. So I always get nervous when there's less than I think when they picked Becton last year, they went down to the last 10 seconds. I was freaking out.
I trust all teams with that. Whether some teams
it
has nothing to do with their
success
or failures, they just call the pick in.
I would fire everyone in the war room if my team missed the pick. Unacceptable to miss.
You just have like a stopwatch, like put 9 minutes on the clock in your war room and say, "All right, that's it, call." I'm amazed that it's even happened in NFL draft history.
Yeah, it happens more than you think. Yeah, the latest was probably a few years ago. I think the Vikings missed their pick. It was either the Vikings or the Ravens. One of those.
Usually happens more in the mid. I mean, I don't know the exact history on it, but I believe it's happened more in the mid rounds.
I don't think it happens in the first round. Yeah.
I mean, it certainly shouldn't happen in the first round. Do all this prep and then you just forget that the clock's running out.
Yeah.
So I mean, this will get interesting really soon after these first few slots. I think he got. He's. Honestly, not even sure what league he's in now. He was playing something with Johnny Manziel recently.
The pick your
it's like pick your. I don't even know what the name on it.
It's like a pick your adventure.
Yeah.
The fans vote for what plays are going on. It's like Madden in real life.
So
anything going on?
As Brandon knows, I'm trying to not be on Twitter too much tonight because I'm always bad with trying to see this ahead and it ruins the hype. But also like to see the rumors that are going on at the same time.
Picks every time.
I will keep it quiet. I'll save my facial reaction until it is called. So even the Jets account's tweeting, "All right, hurry up, Jaguars." I'm tweeting that one. Everyone's complaining. Jets beats complaining.
My dad just texted me about it. No reason for them.
It is
the picks in. The picks in. Here we go.
All right, now the Jets are on the clock. So the Wilson error is a few minutes away. A few minutes away. Unless they shock and take Fields. Avery Martini will say.
It's definitely going to be Wilson. Wall Street Wilson. Or maybe they take Fields. Reunite Meyer and Fields.
I mean, it would be havoc for tonight. Which some people would love to. I mean, I would love to see it tonight, but. I mean, are there Jaguar fans out there, to be honest? I don't. I mean, yeah, of course.
Well, they are
both of us growing up in New York. I wouldn't
There's a
expect
lot
to
of
know.
Jets fans in Florida, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of us that moved down there when we're all retired and later on.
Yeah, you'll be there in 50 years.
We'll see. We'll see. But no, really, I've never come across a Jaguars fan in my life. I have not.
Probably too embarrassed to admit it. Although here we are. I got a Jet on my head.
I'm as bad as we've been. I'm never embarrassed. It's you live and die with them simply.
Yeah.
What is this chair? Yeah.
It's a special guest.
Oh, I'm gonna be doing that. All right. Let's see.
Oh, here we go.
It's like shitty weather here tonight.
Yeah, well, it's storming here too.
All right, let's go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
There we
Shocked.
go.
not
All right, let's go. Jets are on the clock. I'm going to put my Jets jersey down for this.
All right.
Titans Revis era jersey. So the only jersey I have that isn't traded away or cut. Everyone
Yeah, I'm
else
gonna have
is
to decide on
traded.
my next jersey purchase. Right now, I mean, I have Thomas Jones in that same style. A random jersey to own.
He was a good running back.
I just always liked him, and we had him for that stretch run. And he was productive. He was awesome. Simply.
He was good.
So,
I liked him. They haven't really had a good running back since him.
No.
Sean Green
we
was
haven't.
okay, I guess.
I mean, it's always been like plug guys. Like we had Ivory for some time. I mean, I guess Bell wasn't a plug guy. It's just like it didn't work out.
He's a good player. He just
Yeah.
got ruined by the system, basically. Okay, I'm not gonna go on Twitter to see this.
I haven't looked. I put the phone down for this. Hold on, I'm going to record my reaction on the side for this. But
Yeah, when they shock you and take Jones.
I mean, yeah, if they take a Jones or Fields, my face will surely light up, and one would be a positive direction, one would be a negative direction. But let's see, any reporting? Nothing. Good. But now looking on Twitter to see.
Just don't look at the pick.
I mean, we know what we're doing. There's nothing being leaked here. I just want to see it. I mean, the Rodgers situation I'm monitoring now tonight, because that would shake up the whole evening for all teams. Nah, nothing. I got nothing to leak, as my face is not showing anything.
Stop looking.
I mean, it's not a Jet-related thing, but it seems like the Broncos might be in play for Rodgers, if you want to believe certain people. I know Mark Schlereth, I'm seeing his tweet about it, saying, well, according to him, close to a done deal, but not that he's not necessarily a source, but I know he is
If he
Bronco
gets traded,
great.
I'd rather him go in the NFC. But the Packers will want to ship him here in the AFC. Because then you have to compete with Mahomes and Rodgers for the next. Rodgers will be here for another 2 or 3 years probably, and Mahomes is here for 15 years. So,
At least.
5 minutes left.
All right.
Let's pick. All right. Look at these first round picks from 2012 to 2018. All
our
terrible.
favorite one, I know, Anthony. I hope you're on right now. Excuse me, no, the Calvin Pryor pick from when we were at the draft.
Oh
party.
yeah.
All right,
That
they're
was-
on the phone. Looks like it is. It's in.
Don't look at.
I'm looking at the screen. They're on the phone there.
Oh, you're getting your reaction ready.
Yeah.
There's
No, I'm not pulling up.
a lot of Jets fans in the house. There's Jetman.
Yeah, isn't that the famous?
He's the Jetman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen him before.
He's like their fireman Ed now.
All right, let's go. They clearly called it in.
Well, they're on a delay too.
Yeah.
Don't forget, because they make the call, they put the ticket in, and then they submit it.
Yeah, that is true.
But it shouldn't take this long.
No.
And they're already talking about Zach Wilson on TV, so it's really a done deal.
No,
here.
I mean it's been known. Like we've been talking on the pod recently. There's no fear at this point in sharpieing in Zach Wilson. I mean, they would have played the best poker face in a long time. I mean, we haven't seen stuff like that very recently.
It's surprising that it got so leaked because Douglas is usually really good with not leaking things. But after the Steve Young thing, that kind of leaked everything.
Well, I mean, especially the biggest thing, I think I mentioned it with our discussion with Anthony on the podcast this week, that he already had spoke with Pennington, McCown, and Sanchez. Like, if you're picking the brains of former Jets quarterbacks, come on, like, just it's so simple. But again, not much, and really not much of a. I mean, we could already start breaking down the pick, but we know where it's going here.
We will release a podcast episode tomorrow. I don't know if you're going to be on it, but
potentially we'll see what could happen there.
I'm going to at least post something, just a quick reaction of what's going on, because 23 is still really up in the air if they even pick at 23.
Yeah, so after, like you said, after this slot and really after San Fran, that's when things will start to get interesting.
Yeah.
I think we have a good idea on what Atlanta's going to do it for, but it could be a trade that's slides right in last second. It's always possible.
And after this pick, we'll get some live reactions from our friends of the pod. We'll get some call-ins, put them on speakerphone, and see what other people think. I mean, I think everyone's on the same page with Zach Wilson. He's the guy. Very, very high upside. He's kind of like a boomer bust prospect, I guess. Like, his floor is a little lower than someone like Fields. Pick is in.
All right.
His floor is a little lower than Fields probably, but his upside's a lot higher.
And that's like, I know, Jared, hopefully you're on right now as well. Like, we got to start going for the home run. Stop going for these safer moves.
But I think Wilson's going to fit in great here because he's really good on the run, too. He can throw on the run. He has really good arm strength.
I was watching just quickly before. I can't recall which NFL reporter it was, but they were talking about how the system he ran at BYU is basically the same to what the Jets are going to run with LaFleur here. So he's made, like, I like the comment that they talked to, and it was that he's made throws that they're going to ask him to make here. And like, it sounds so simple, and like, you should, yes, everyone's going to think, oh, if you're going to be a pro, it shouldn't make a difference. But
yeah,
I mean, how many times do we see that someone's style in college didn't translate over this and that? Like, again, we don't need to ramble on that, but it's just a simple thing that you're glad to know that, like, he's done this before.
Well, I was also telling my dad this, that
done these type of plays.
I was telling my dad I would like to see a flyer if they trade back into the 7th round to take Dax Millen. If you know who that, he's the BYU receiver.
Oh, okay.
So
fine. I'll be
reunite them, take a flyer on him, and I mean, if you said he knows the system, I don't really know the BYU system, but if they run, I guess, a similar system that LaFleur will run, then because half the pick is making sure they fit the scheme.
I guess the Jetman didn't want to come up with him.
All right, here we go. Don't let us down.
All right.
All right.
Shot. Official.
Here he is. Wall Street Wilson era begins.
Get him out there.
Wish he had the headband on.
I want to get one now. But yeah, I mean, as we were saying, not much to really react or even discuss and think about. We knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
We expected it. Hyped to have the Wilson era officially begin. Sorry, Sam. It just didn't work out for you. This is it's new time here. Start to get the ball rolling. Happy to see Zach Wilson as a Jet.
I forgot to give the grades for the past 2 picks. Obviously, since we knew what these picks were, just given an A. Like we said, the draft doesn't really start till I guess now.
No, now's the first question mark. I haven't looked at Twitter yet, so I'm not sure where they're going with
He's
this
gonna look
one.
so good in that green. Very confident in him. It's a good day to be a Jets fan. I hope.
New chapter has kicked off. So
let's hope.
Now here's the big one.
Well, he's also taller than I thought. I thought he was only 6 foot. He's 6'2", 1/8 inch, which is taller than people thought.
The size, yes, you obviously want a bigger guy at quarterback, but just sometimes it gets too over debated and criticized. I mean, yes, one great example obviously is Russ right now, but
Drew Brees, Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson.
Exactly. You can, again,
I guess they're outliers technically, but
if you have time in the pocket, and that's again as we're hoping to address tonight. If you have time in the pocket, guys are getting open. You should be able to make plays. It's simple.
Yeah.
Simply can't say it any differently.
He's kind of thick too. 6'2", 214.
Yeah, I mean, I think they listed him at 214 or 215.
214, yeah. Because
put on 10 more pounds. I don't think that's like a crazy. I mean, maybe they want him to play it this way. I haven't been in the discussion. Certainly.
Because
more meat.
Sam would run a lot, and he dove in the end zone a lot. If Wilson can do that, that's fine too.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't do what Fitz. I didn't like when Fitz would do that. He would just go all out when Fitz was the QB. So the NFL Network compares him to Joe Burrow and Russ Wilson.
I'm laughing at that. I mean, stuff you want to see, but
well, I mean,
let's hope they can be.
You can't really compare anyone to Joe Burrow. He played 8 games.
I'm curious what they actually want to say about this one.
So his reaction in the pocket.
I didn't know if they were like the story of like how they both were not really draft prospects this year, and I didn't know if they were going that route.
He better be able to react in the pocket because he's going to get rushed a lot.
The Wilson family is
a big family.
Hype, yeah.
I guess that's his brother.
Yeah.
6 passing TDs versus the Blitz in 2020, third most in FBS. That's pretty good. Like I said, the Jets are their offensive line still isn't set, so he's gonna be running a lot. Sam was running a lot.
Now, like we said, figure out the rest around him.
Yeah, and we had one comment. He's no Burrow. I don't know.
Is that Burrow played? Is that Haber? Might be Haber. I know the Bengal fan. If that is you, I could be fully wrong, but it could be a Burrow. We'll see.
I don't know. I mean, Burrow played 8 or 10 games. I can't really compare to him.
Definitely Haber. I can tell. I mean, yeah, for the Bengals, well, we'll switch teams in a few.
Here's Wilson talking. And what else is he going to say?
I know, I'm laughing at that one. I'm sure that's what he wanted to think and say.
So he's the first in-person guy here tonight because obviously Lawrence is not here. I'm not even listening to him. What is he going to say? He's going to say all the right things.
Yeah. Now, back it up and do it on the field. We saw someone recently say all the right things and
I know
didn't do the other part, so it doesn't matter to me. Well, it matters, but it's not a big deal. So, what's your thoughts on 3?
I think
I'm following the reporting today, and I'm saying Lance.
Lance is the favorite. Well, he was the favorite on DraftKings. I think Lance is just the better pick. I mean, he's only 20. He's good on the run. His accuracy is not great, but neither was Josh Allen's.
Based on the reporting, I'm expecting Lance. If it were me, I would take Fields here, certainly. I don't understand the idea of Mac Jones here. Like, what is the difference with, like, here? Not that I've watched all Mac Jones tape or film. I certainly have not, so I'm not going to criticize the guy that way. But is he really going to be an upgrade on what Jimmy Garoppolo is right now? Like we were saying, upside, home runs, like the same concept we're using for the Jets. Why would he make sense? I just don't. And you trade up 3 picks. Multiple first rounders to snag Mac Jones here. Well, maybe I don't need to rant on it. If they don't do it, it doesn't matter. I'll criticize it more if they do.
Our friend Anthony thinks Justin Fields is going 3.
I haven't looked at Twitter on this one for the first time. So,
Anthony, we'll talk to you later though and get your live reactions.
If it were me though, like Anthony is saying, I think Fields should be the pick, but I don't think he'll be the pick based on the information that Twitter was sharing today. Although half the time it could be smoke. So we'll find out in a minute.
Taking a long time. I think Lance should be the pick. Like I said, a lot higher upside. They need an upside pick here. Because, like you said, Mac Jones, what's the difference between him and Jimmy G?
Yeah, again, I'm not an expert on the guy, but I just like, if you're doing the upside moves, it's the other 2, simply versus Mac Jones.
I mean, I hope Fields goes here. I do not want Fields dropping to the pass.
All right, let's see.
pick is in. So pick is in. It looks like Atlanta's on the clock right
Yeah.
now. 9:25 left for them.
I got nervous there for a second. They still
What?
have the San Fran's
Oh.
logo.
Oh, I saw the pick four.
I missed that. What gave it away, Haber? I know you're a Bengals fan, saying no Burrow, Chase. It was a strong hunch.
Okay, so yeah, it is delayed. They were saying delayed by a lot because the Falcons are.
Yeah.
And that's why we hear of trades so late in
Yeah.
the pick, also, which I hate. I don't like how long they take. The only reason it takes long is I bet they have to create the jersey. That probably takes them a few minutes.
That's true. That's part of it too.
But did they create one for Lawrence? Since he
Honestly, I'm
wasn't there?
forgetting. Did they do it tonight?
Is that a spoiler of who this is? Is Lance or Jones here?
I don't. Did you see them making a jersey already? I honestly, I wasn't even paying attention to that
I
before.
didn't see. I'm just saying maybe that's why it's taking
Yeah.
long.
All right, the first shock potentially. Let's see.
All right, who do you think it is, real quick?
Still saying Lance.
Me too.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey
There he is.
Okay.
Trey Lance.
All right.
I guess another A grade for them. Can't really say anything.
Again, if this is their guy,
He has the highest upside out of them all.
and I like one thing I like about this is you don't have to play him right away, and that's they
Yeah.
from the analysis that all the other experts that have truly watched his game in tape. You don't need to. He can sit behind Jimmy for a bit, maybe a bit, probably a year, and then he'll step right in right after. So
Yeah, like I said, he's only 20, so he has plenty of time. It's just tough with these quarterbacks. You don't want to waste a year on their rookie contract. That's something we've talked about almost every pod about the contract.
And so here the slide begins already for Fields.
Yeah.
We were doubting that he was going to end up here just based on the more recent information that the reporters have put out there. But he's not going for, well, he could, but I don't think he's going for.
Fields?
Yeah.
It seems like Pitts is the pick.
I mean, the earliest I think for Fields now it would be 7, unless there's a trade.
Unless Miami trades back.
My hot take is Miami should take him, but they won't. Same thing with we'll go one pick at a time. With Atlanta, I know there was a lot of mocks throughout the whole draft process.
They did create jersey. So
no, you're right.
I think it takes longer if they have a jersey to create.
Yeah.
I don't think they created one for Lawrence since he wasn't there.
Yeah,
I also wasn't paying
sent
attention.
it home to him. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. All right, I forgot. I have to live tweet.
Yeah. So, we'll see now with 4. Simply, I think the mocks and all the reporting from today on Twitter, Kyle Pitts seemed like he's going to be the guy here. They said Atlanta had shopped the pick around, and there was really nothing that met their expectations yet. If I'm them, I agree. Take Pitts. I do think Matt Ryan still has a lot of good ball left. I know
you're still really high on him.
I just his play hasn't really declined at all. He's a little older and he's expensive, but the thought that I had throughout the offseason was if you wanted to draft a new quarterback and maybe move him, this was the team, San Francisco, where you could have moved Matt Ryan, who had his best season with Shanahan, but that clearly never ever happened to evolve that idea, but it logically made some sense to me.
Well, they could trade what's his name, Julio still.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
It depends. What's the direction they want to go? Are they trying to win? Do they want to add to the current roster now? They clearly added to the current roster. It meant more add in a win now scenario.
Well, they only want to get rid of Julio because A, he's 32.
Yeah.
B, he gets hurt most of the time, and C, his cap hit is astronomical.
If
They're in a bad cap.
The hot take that I would have though is if they're going to move Julio for all those reasons, why not take Jamar Chase here?
Oh yeah.
You still I honestly don't mind Hayden Hurst. I think he did a solid job. He's not.
But Pitts can be a wideout also.
Yes,
like Jimmy Graham was when he was on the Saints.
I see what you mean. I don't know. I think Chase. Here's an early prediction between Chase and Pitts. Chase will be the better NFL
I
skill
think
player.
he'll be the best pass catcher in this
Yeah.
draft. I
I
told you
love
about him
him.
last
I think
year.
he's going to be incredible. If we're moving up into the top 12, according to Tony Pauline's information earlier that he shared, move all the way up and get him.
What do you think they would have to trade to move up to number 12 with the Eagles? That would move up 11 picks.
I
Right?
saw an idea, and I'm not trying to take people's thoughts on Twitter, but like, saw someone tossing on maybe they're one of the third rounders this year to move up. My thought is you could even use the Sam picks from next year. I don't know if that's too. I mean, that's a steep climb to me if we're going from 23 to.
They need
12
to give
to 10.
at least a second.
Well, all right, here I'm trying to figure it out now better.
Okay.
Use Sam's 2 from next year.
And the third this year.
I'd be fine with that, or even a 4 from this year. I think you could maybe finagle that. I don't know.
Maybe.
Actually, I'm
Depends
probably.
there.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
think
a
you
low
need a-
ball off.
I think you need a second and a third there.
So we have a question from Haber about, are you concerned of Wilson's lack of experience playing major / power conference teams? And personally, you're not sold on him.
I'm not concerned.
It's points that are always going to come up. I get it. I get the reasons people would be concerned.
But everyone says it about the Power 5 guys.
Yeah, and I'm not just going to say it just because, obviously we're Jet fans. We want it to work out. But I think he will work out simply.
Well, it's also because he's played against these. Well, he's played against bad teams, but his supporting cast also hasn't been great either, and he's been able to do so much with it. And watching his throws to hit, it's really great arm strength, good deep ball accuracy, which Sam didn't have, and that's something you need too.
I was going to say, no matter what level of talent teams that you are playing, you still need to be able to make the accurate throws, and that was what we read about him all up into the draft. That's what he did well.
Yeah,
so it's definitely a fair point. I could see people are going to make that point, so I get it. I mean, the same case for Trey Lance though, and the two of them just went 2 and 3. Yeah. I mean,
people said that about Wentz also.
Yeah,
you could say that about anyone. I think
it's always a case it's going to be made. I mean, my bias, and I've talked about it on the podcast. I'm certainly always going to favor Power 5 guys. I do like that they're playing the Power 5 talent week after week, but doesn't mean that the other ones won't turn out to be better NFL players or just as good. So, good point, good question, and time will tell. We'll see starting this fall.
One of my Eagles friends just texted me.
I'm going to answer a couple of texts.
He said he wants Devontae Smith at 12. And I told him we were actually talking about that at the beginning of our live stream, that I don't think Smith is a good fit for Philly based on their supporting cast. He needs to go to someone like Arizona, maybe. I don't even know. I think Arizona's too stacked. I think he's going to be a slot guy. Like, what would be the Giants would still be a good fit for him, I think. 166-pound guy then well. I don't think Miami should take him. I think they should go after Chase, definitely, if he's available. But the Bengals might take Chase, which I think would be a mistake. I think they do need some protection for Burrow. I think they should take Sewell, but I guess we'll see there. Let's see who the Falcons take here. I think Kyle Pitts. Yep.
Okay.
Everything's going according to plan so far. So I'll give this pick an A- instead of an A, just because of the fact that if they wanted to go into their future and take Fields or Mac Jones, they could have. Also, like Spencer suggested, they could have taken Chase if they want to move Julio. Still a very good pick for Atlanta. A- I think is very reasonable there for them.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back now. I was answering a couple of messages.
Has any of your friends texted you some stuff? I was just talking about my Philadelphia Eagles
I gotta look
friends.
At more. Not too much that we're non-Jet fans, honestly. At least the non-Jet fans, I'm not listening right now.
I'm sure I have a few Patriots fans that are friendly. You have a few Patriots friends too.
Certainly we do.
So that'll be an interesting one. And like we said, I hope they don't get Fields, but do you think Jones is going to go before Fields at all.
Now where it gets interesting.
I don't even know if the Lions would take a
I'm not like
quarterback.
convinced either way at this point.
Carolina
if it's me,
won't. Carolina's not going to take a quarterback.
There's-
Denver could. They only traded a 6 for Teddy.
I have two ways to answer it. If it were me, no. Like Fields should still go before. Like, could I see the case where it happens? Certainly, because I mean I'm not in their war rooms, although that's so easy to say. But my prediction is no. I think Fields will go. Well, here's my early. I think. Well, I totally could be burned and listen to a few picks, but I think Mac Jones is going to fall into the teens now. So we'll see in the
I
first
think
5 slots if I'm already blown up on that one.
If Jones or let's say if Jones is there at 15 and Fields isn't, do the Patriots take him?
I think they have to.
I just don't think Bill wants to deal with a rookie. That's just like me thinking about his personality and him being towards the end of his career.
Yeah.
Why would he want to start over? And
I just-
Cam Newton's not the answer there either.
He just didn't look strong anymore last year. The passing
Cam?
game was there was no passing game. That's the issue there. Like, so could Matt? That's why I think if they have the opportunity to do it, you have to. And like, there's no point for them to just keep taking these dart throws in the later rounds. I mean, sorry, is there a point? Sure, but do I see them doing that logically? No, I think he just did that with Stidham, and that has not
He's horrible.
worked out. Like, yes, you can keep taking a shot at that, but yeah, to sum up the answer as I'm rambling on that one, if I'm the Pats and I'm at 15,
Okay, Mike Davis.
yes. I mean, the other interesting one is Washington. If Mac, he could fall to them. It's not impossible. There's a lot of these. I mean, there's a lot of interesting cases that are coming up now. I mean,
But Chicago, my bold prediction is Chicago trades up if Fields or Jones fall because Ryan Pace is on his last limb.
Yeah.
After screwing up with Mitch Trubisky. So he needs to make a big move. Kind of like Mac did when he traded up for Darnold. Because Andy Dalton and Nick Foles are not the answer in Chicago. If they're going to do that again, they're going to be stuck right where they are. Same with Washington. Because even if Washington wins the division again with Fitz, they're not going to the Super Bowl. Their defense is very, very good. They just need a more dynamic quarterback. Their run game's good. What's his name? Gibson, right? They have Gibson, who I like a lot. I like what's his name? Logan Thomas, their tight end.
he's
Washington's
impressed
good.
me. I liked him a lot this year.
Former
He showed-
Virginia Tech
Yeah.
quarterback. I remember when he was drafted, he had the best arm in the draft. Went 7th round. I forgot to whom, but just never panned out. I mean, he's a good tight end now.
Yeah.
Tim Tebow, former quarterback, now he's a tight end. Did you hear he worked out for Jacksonville?
Yeah, I mean,
I still have his Jets jersey.
I don't have much to add to him.
I still have the Tebow Jets jersey. I was fishing out the Revis jersey from my closet.
Yeah.
And the Tebow jersey was right next to it.
I never will own any Tebow material. Never was a fan of that move as a Jet when he was a Jet.
That was just stupid. That was
not an NFL player, unfortunately for his case. So, what do you think? I think it's going to be Chase here. Simple prediction. I'm hoping it's Chase. I do have a prop, and I'm 4 for 4 so far.
What did you do? Exact outcome?
Yeah, so I need Chase here. So that means it's not going to be Chase for you followers with my luck. So this will probably be Sewell, but I do want Chase.
With our friend Max bet, he always wins. Yeah, I think he did Chase.
Max, if you're on the stream, comment in the chat box. I don't remember what you had.
I think they should go Sewell, Penei Sewell, offensive lineman. If they get Chase, it's still a good pick. The analysts were saying it's a deep offensive lineman draft. They also got Riley Reif from the Vikings after he was cut. So he can be their left tackle. I mean, I think Sewell is higher upside, younger, just better. But if they have Reif on the left tackle side, then maybe they go after Wyatt Davis or Landon Dickerson in round 2, or Creed Humphrey if he falls somehow. So the Bengals love their wide receivers. As an organization, they've always prioritized wide receivers in drafts. And it would be cool to see Burrow and Chase back together.
I love the idea of just being aggressive and getting him to play with Burrow. They have a solid wide receiver room now. It's not.
I mean, I think Higgins is good.
Higgins is there. Boyd's there.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Who
about.
else am I recalling? There's someone else in that team.
Auden
Jesse,
Tate.
let us know because I'm forgetting who it is.
Auden Tate's there, who's okay.
Yeah, I feel like there's one more that I'm totally blanking on, but regardless of that, Chase just would be a nice addition to that group. So
Yeah, well, Chase and Higgins both on the outside, that'd be pretty good. See, that's what the Jets need. Davis and Mims are good, but they need like a dynamic duo.
it's a swing for the fences move. Like, do they need O-line help? Yeah. But I mean, they also took. Honestly, I haven't followed him too much. He's been in the league. Was it 2 years ago? Jonah Williams from Bama. He's one of their tackles. Like,
I think he's either their right tackle or right guard.
Yeah, exactly. I know they kept what's it called? A lot of the mocks did slot Sewell in at this point potentially, but I don't know their line too well.
Well, it depends if they want Reef as their left tackle or not, because I think Jonah Williams is their right tackle.
Yeah,
he's been hurt a little bit. He's struggled with injuries, but when he's on the field, he's pretty good. I mean, they could even if they go Chase here, they could potentially trade up back into the first round and get an offensive lineman. It depends who's
kind
there.
of similar to the Jets. They're going to address it at some point early on.
The Bengals,
at least if not here, next.
I don't know. A lot of people don't think the Jets are even going to go offensive line in the first round anymore. I keep seeing edge, which I would not
want it to happen.
What?
Sorry, O-line, not edge. We have enough. That was my other.
I just don't know where. There's no reason for them to get a 4-3 defensive end because they have Lawson on the edge, and then they have John Franklin Myers, JFM, who is. I don't see any reason why anyone in the first round would be better than JFM. And like we said, they have Bryce Huff, they have Zuniga, they have Kyle Phillips, who was probably a cut candidate at this point. They have
it's a loaded room.
Quinnen, who can rush the passer. Rankins, who can probably rush the passer. I don't know too much about him.
Yeah.
He's a good run stopper.
I'm getting him back for a little bit.
I'll probably do that too.
I'll slide this up.
All right, so the Bengals are picking here.
The 2021 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Okay. I didn't jinx them for once. Like them. I mean, we already basically discussed their thoughts on this. I mean, grades so far. I think A for all 5. Honestly. I don't think A for me. Not one I can complain about.
I'm giving it a B+. I think they should prioritize offensive line. I don't think Riley Reef is that good. I think Sewell is the better pick. They just got to get lucky in the second round.
I'm definitely a more lenient grader for those of you that listen to the podcast.
Very, very lenient grader.
I mean, I guess if I want to be more
super
critical,
lenient grader.
If I do want to be more critical, I think with Trey Lance, and I would give that one an A- because I mean it is a project there. He's not a short thing.
He's only started 1 year too.
Yeah,
he started 1 year and then 1 game.
I'll tweak that. I'll say A for the first 2, certainly. For Lance, I'll say A-. I'll change that. I mean, I do love Pitts and Chase. I'm going to keep those in A. I'm happy with both of those.
Well, you're also biased with offense. You're just like our friend Anthony.
Yeah, we'll get Anthony on the line soon to talk about some of these skill players and his thoughts.
Looks like Quinnen Williams is happy about the pick.
Yeah.
We got a winner. He's tweeting to Becton. They're so funny. Braxton Berrios is happy. He might be cut. Justin Hardy.
Yeah, so the Jets accounts retweeting Berrios. Stop that. I mean, Miami, I really don't know. But I'm expecting.
They should go.
They could use Sewell. I thought he went to them in some. I might make that.
Well, they drafted Austin Jackson last year. I really don't know their offensive line situation.
Yeah,
they should go Jalen Waddle if they're not going offensive line.
I would take a Waddle out of my hot take here should be Justin Fields, but I don't think we're going to see that.
So my dad just texted me. He thinks the Jets should be on the phone with Detroit right now to trade up for Sewell. The problem with that is that Sewell's a left tackle.
What's the one they told when they were discussing at least like to keep Sam and Draft and like the one thing you got to think about ahead of time, and I mean not this is information that others have talked about too.
That was a quick pick for Miami. Picked in already.
The Jets aren't taking him clearly.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that. I'll take that back and see what happens first. But if you were to take him on a team and you slot him in at right tackles get paid less than a left tackle when their extensions up. Yes, as a rookie, you're going to be like, whatever coach wants to do, you'll probably listen and do it, most likely. But
we just saw that with Orlando Brown.
It just doesn't make sense for him for his career to be a left tackle, to be a right tackle.
Because the Ravens had Ronnie Stanley as their left tackle, drafted Orlando Brown. He was unhappy because he wants to play left tackle. They just traded him. And Fant is fine. I like George Fant. He is fantastic, as we like to say.
No, I think he's
good
holding
enough
the fort for this year at least.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't really hear his name that much on the field last year, which is good for an offensive lineman. Obviously, you heard Becton's name because he's 6'7".
Yeah.
But if you don't hear their name, they're doing a good job. I heard a lot of Alex Lewis and Greg Van Roten and Connor McGovern. So I think their bookend tackles are good for now. They have flexibility also with Fant's contract because they can cut him in time now. So
I like the idea by Stan. I could see it. Sorry. I see the logic of it. I just don't see what actually doing.
They'd have to go up a lot, though.
Yeah.
Jersey back on.
The teens make more sense for them to move up. Like we were saying, you could use those Sam picks and just
if Christian Darrisaw or Rashawn Slater are in the high teens, I would trade up for one of them.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. Certainly not.
I wouldn't want to trade up to 7. That's gonna be a lot of picks.
Thoughts? I see someone in the comments. Yeah. Thoughts on Bengals, New Jersey? They look okay. I don't have a strong opinion on them. I don't think they need to change them. That's all I'll add to that. It didn't seem like too different than what they had now.
So who do you think Miami's going here?
Yeah, I got to give a prediction for this now that it's happening.
I say Waddle.
I'm torn if they're actually going to take Sewell or go wide out. But before Goodell walks out, I'll have a thought. Or is he walking out now?
No, he's not walking out yet. I just don't know who their left tackle.
I'm really not sure what they're going to do here. I'll say Jalen Waddle. I think if Tua is your guy, same concept that we're using for all these young quarterbacks.
Tua played with Waddle.
Yeah. If your young quarterback is your guy, get him talent, simply. So I'll lock in my prediction with Waddle, and
I think it's Waddle
to be my first wrong one.
Waddle's a burner. He's a deep. They don't have that because Parker's their slant guy. Oh,
it's one. They brought in Will Fuller.
Yeah.
But 1 year deal. That's again. Stop worrying about having multiple people that can do. Yes, that can do the same thing. If they're good, you figure out how to use them.
Yeah.
So, and this could be the first shock of the night. Maybe they go. I don't know.
Cornerback.
I'll pause and see what they say.
The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
Okay.
Again, not a big surprise.
I'll give it an A grade.
I gotta give it an A there.
Just did exactly what I should do. Giving your young guy a talented player. And now's where I think it really. Well, at least as we said that a few picks ago, but it actually can get interesting. Detroit, I don't think you could rule out Justin Fields here or Mac Jones. We don't know.
You can't rule out anything for them. They need a wide receiver.
Well,
but they're not going to take Smith.
I know in our first mock we did. I had Waddle to them.
I might have.
I don't
too.
know if I would, if I'm them, I don't know who they could really swap. Well, I shouldn't say that. Like if they want to swap and stay in the teens, I just don't think anyone. Well, maybe I could be wrong. I haven't looked at Twitter yet. Like Los Angeles might make sense to move up because they need tackle help.
The Chargers.
Yeah.
And Herbert wants to reunite with Sewell. I
that
looked at that.
one, and I have not looked at Twitter, so if I somehow call this one, I'll be thrilled. But that would make a ton of sense because they
I think
need it. That's what they're expected to do at their slot anyway.
And the Lions could take Sewell too.
Yeah,
The Lions need so much help. I was telling my dad they were so bad. They
Yeah.
were lucky that Stafford was as good as he is. They're going to be so much worse now.
I mean, Carolina could shock too.
They're not going to take a quarterback.
I don't know. They
just traded a second, a fourth, and a sixth for
it
Darnold.
would be. But this was the thing with these three teams now with Detroit, Carolina, Denver. Like they all made some sort of moves. It's like okay, maybe these guys are the guy, but they were uncertain how the board was going to fall. Like I said, we don't know. Do they love Fields? Do they love Mac Jones? That could just be. I don't think it's going to happen, but that could be something.
Fields is going to fall to 15. That's easy.
It's we'll see.
Another
if he falls to Philly's slot, I think they got to go for him. But,
it's a hot take.
Well, I would say that at 11 too, but I don't know which Shine fans are on, if any, now.
Another quick pick by Detroit. I wouldn't be surprised to see Parsons here.
It's a possibility too. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm trying to think. Could Dallas use him now? I mean, Sean Lee
They need a
wasn't playing
cornerback.
much.
They need a corner.
that's true. They do need. Surtain is
Or Horn.
kind of
either one.
they're falling into there.
Well, Philly could use either one of those two. Darius Slay needs a partner, and
I'm checking out Twitter. Hopefully, I don't.
you're gonna see the pick. Come on.
No. I'm staying away.
It doesn't matter. Whatever your feed says, your feed says. Don't look at Connor Hughes. He said the Bengals pick I saw after the
Oh,
fact.
I see. I've been good tonight. I haven't looked at.
I saw him after the fact. I don't know how all these reporters know. All right, so who's your pick here for Detroit?
I gotta lock someone in now. I like the wideout logic, but I don't think it'll be Devonta Smith. I certainly don't think it's been any of the other wideouts. Just too early.
Yeah.
I think I'll probably be wrong for the first time, but I think I'm pausing before I lock it in. I'm leaning towards saying Justin Fields and think they're the first surprise tonight, but
I think
I don't know their line too well. Like
I
if they could use Sewell, sure, but I'm not gonna slot him here.
I think they go Sewell here. That's my pick. And whoever's picked, the Panthers are already on the clock.
I'm gonna go against my logic, and I think it will be Devonta Smith, and they're gonna take the wideout.
Interesting.
I'll lock it in. I'll probably be wrong on this one, but I just think for them to go.
They need a
I
lot
don't know
of
what
help.
I feel like I'm bouncing around and picking someone for this slot.
So my pick is Sewell. Yours is your pick for this Fields.
Yeah, I'm having a problem with this one clearly. I'm being too.
It's okay to be wrong.
We both are. I think,
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, these weren't hard.
I mean, these
Once it gets to the teens is when it. Gerard Davis, 2017.
until I see Pickens, and I'm debating it still.
The pick is
Oh, you're right. That's a pick 8. Yeah, I was looking above.
they're really slow.
Well, it's certainly not Mac Jones because. Anyways, we always talk. We hate when they do this when they show them on the phone.
Yeah.
Well, they've been good with that tonight. So far, they had not. At least I don't know. We're not watching ESPN's.
ESPN usually. Michael Brockers is a tight end now?
I think they might have messed that up.
Yeah. He's the defensive end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't want. They're taking so long. This draft's not going to end until 2 a.m.
What does this mean to you? Just besides that, Smitty's my brother. Outside of football, I love him.
So if they go quarterback will have to sit though. So they have Goff. Because I did read the GM of the Lions drafted Goff, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Or at least he was in the front office. They could go cornerback.
I'm locking in my pick with that after seeing who they lost in this. I think they're going to go Surtain here and take a corner. My just reactionary pick there because I don't know. I think Oh, they're hype.
Wow.
Is this Justin Fields? I like the fully
The fully vaccinated.
that's
I like that. Yeah. Well, they're really happy with who they got.
I think this is going to be Fields then, just based on that reaction. All that could be totally
I think
nothing.
it's too all based on that reaction because who thought he would drop to 7?
It's going to be an interesting one, simply. Well, it's not Mac Jones because he had no reaction and looked thrilled. Still played content.
Is Fields here? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. They haven't shown him yet. I don't think he's there. I could be. I'm just not sure. They just haven't shown him yet.
And the
let's see.
Panthers are almost down to 4.
Oh, Jesse's asking, did we talk about Rodgers yet? We did. Well, we did a little bit, not too much. I know they said the Broncos. Well, some of the reporting on Twitter was showing that the Broncos could be interested in him. I mean, the AF. Oh, I'll pause.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go.
All right, 6 for 7.
He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was.
They rushed that.
Yeah. That was a funny one.
Yeah, I think they were hyped because they didn't think he'd fall that far.
Yeah.
I would give it an A
for
grade
them.
there.
Yeah,
A grade for them.
I'm going to give it an A. I don't see why not. Never a bad idea to protect your quarterback.
So who do you think Carolina goes with here? I think they go Rashawn Slater. They try and build the line for Darnold. They could also go Devonta Smith. They lost Curtis Samuel.
I don't know their defense. I know they loaded up on defense. Was that last year where they took a ton with Rule?
Yeah, they went all defense last year.
Who were their corners too? I feel like, unless I'm just forgetting someone for them.
I have no idea who's on their defense. I still think they go offense here.
I'm not locking in my prediction yet.
They could still trade down too. They should trade down.
See some of the Twitter reaction.
One of my Eagles friends was telling me he was happy that Waddle's gone. He wants Devontae Smith at 12. I don't think
falling into their laps.
I don't think Devontae Smith makes it past the Giants. I think Smith would fit perfectly with the Giants.
Yeah. I like the idea again. For all the teams, if you're going to help out your young quarterback, I'm not going to not like it.
Would you take Fields over Smith if you're the Giants?
Yes. We're not going to do it, but yes. I mean, every team going in a row here, yes, except Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Sorry, in Dallas. I like that. But everyone else, Carolina, yes. Forget Denver. The reality if it will or won't happen. But Carolina, Denver, Philly, New York, probably those in the wrong order. Minnesota, New England does need it if he is at that spot.
He's going to slip to New England.
I mean, again, I don't think it's going to happen. But I think the dream would be, Washington's dream would be Fields is there.
Same with Chicago.
And you start him day one. Max, get rid of Fitz and that idea. As long as you still, sorry, if you're listening right now, that would just be luck that fell in their favor. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't think he will be a Washington's pick, but it would make sense.
What if he's at the Raiders?
There's a lot of his quarterback. Miami's second pick. You bring him. They're not doing it. They're not doing it in Miami. I can end that discussion,
no. You can't discount Gruden and the Raiders.
It could be interesting. I can't rule it out simply. I can't rule out a lot of these yet, but
yeah, I don't know.
I'm getting antsy. I want to see if there's any.
Don't look at the picks though. If you look at the picks, don't tell me.
What I'm concerned about is Fields right now. You know what we're concerned about. So that's what I'm trying.
There's a reason he's falling there. You know that. We'll spin it. We'll spin it.
There's no spin. He's on the board right now.
Well, I mean, I would still be surprised if Denver takes a quarterback after trading for Teddy. But if John Elway's in the draft room, he's kind of like Gruden, where he wants to find the quarterback. Because who did he get from Memphis? Paxton Lynch a few years ago. He was awful.
Yeah.
Drew Lock obviously is not good. Teddy is a game manager right now, at best, you're going to go 8-8 with
Yeah.
him.
I think we're going to be on the same page with this. I'm going to say Slater too.
And
There's not much to differ on with this one. Like there's certain
Yeah.
other routes they can go, but lock for Sam. As we talked about in the pod, and I put out one of my TikToks yesterday, just saying like a much better situation for him now that the team is bought into him, talent's there already, continue to build around him. Tackle then makes sense. Or guard. I mean, they could take Vera Tucker. They could use anything really on the line. I don't think they're fully set across the board. Though.
Yeah, I have no idea what their line is. I think.
See, this could be a field slot. It's not impossible. That's what they
Why would they trade for Darnold? They take Fields here.
I think. Did they really give up that much for him?
Yeah, a second round pick. A second
Yes
round is
and no.
important.
Actually, then you flip him again.
Who's going to want him?
You get
You'll get a 5th rounder for him now.
It certainly wouldn't be the most expected scenario, but like I don't know. Let's see if it happens, then we can analyze it that way.
Well, the pick is in.
We'll have to find the logic in it if they do that.
Yeah, the pick is in. Denver's on the clock. I saw.
Okay. I haven't seen the pick, so I have no idea. I'm not. Yeah. See, Daniel Jeremiah agrees.
It would be interesting to see. I'd like. Well, you would start Fields day one. What would you do with Darnold? You can't just flip him again. There's no way
I think
anyone would
you
do
can
that.
sit Fields for year one, because then you'll at least have him for 4 years after with his 5th-year option. They're not locked into Sam's 5th-year option yet.
Correct.
You can see if he absolutely kills it,
Which you
then they
won't.
have a tough decision to make. Again, it wouldn't be. Again, there's no need to do it, but let's see what happens here. And it's just based on the information that they're reporting.
Your prediction, Slater, Rashawn Slater.
I'm sticking with
offensive
Slater.
tackle,
I
no
think they're going to
question.
do that, but
I agree.
I'm rooting for Fields here. I will say that.
You just don't want them going to 15. That's why.
I want him to go into a quality team. That's what I want.
They're not a quality.
Potential.
The Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
Wow.
Jay, I thought it was supposed to be Justin.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, we did
We
just
did talk
mention
about
corner
quarterback.
before.
I mean, I thought Surtain was the top
Not
guy.
giving an A to this because I think they.
I
All
think
these young
Slater-
guys, I want you to just make sure you're building around them first.
I'll give it a B. Actually, no. I'll give it a C+. I don't think Horn's the best corner in the draft, and I think they should have went with Slater here. I'll give it a C+. I don't like that pick
I'll
for
just
them.
give it a B. I mean, he's really what's the right term? He's like just jumped up draft boards. And
Yeah.
when mocks, we were talking about him.
Son of Joe Horn.
Yeah, we
wide
were talking
receiver.
about him at 23 for the Jets,
Yeah.
possibly. And I mean, he's the first one off the board.
Yeah,
That's a wow, simply. So, a first surprise, not like a dramatic surprise, but certainly the first surprise of the night. Now Denver here.
Denver needs a corner also. They could
They
go.
can-
If
they
they
can
go
go-
Surtain,
They also
Dallas
can
is
go
in trouble.
Parsons from Penn State.
Yeah.
They can use a linebacker. I know that was I think it was in my mock when we did that a month ago.
Parsons to
I think I had
Denver.
it to Denver. Yep.
I think I had Parsons to New England.
He
Actually,
could. I don't know their O line also off the top of my head too well.
Go Denver.
Yeah, could they use Slater? I'm just not fully
Yeah, I'm
sure.
sure they. You can use any offensive lineman
Yeah.
because
I think
most of them
Los
can probably
Angeles
play
is getting a
guard.
little excited.
If they hit
Sorry, Los Angeles
Chargers,
I know.
if Slater drops to them, that'd be big. Everyone has Darashaw penciled in
Yeah.
there, but the Giants can use Slater too.
The board for New York right now, the board's
The
playing
New York
out.
Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for both
Cal-
right now, if he falls to the Jets, they certainly would take Slater. I don't think you hesitate if he falls. You do it and you figure out everything after. You would not. He's not
but,
expected to be there. I would
but
take
it's
Slater.
the
if he's
same
falling.
argument with Sewell. I think Slater's a left tackle. I think Darashaw is too.
I would be more. Well, I think he's. Is he definitely going to be a left tackle? I could be wrong.
Darashaw or Slater?
Slater.
I'll look up right now. Rashawn Slater.
We've just received word that Bud Light is really doing this.
If you draft a right tackle, then do you cut Fant immediately, or do you move him into guard?
Heard try to shift him to guard as long as he's able to do that. Let him see. I know as we talk about in the pod, should be able to do that.
Spicy like a pajama man. Hey, is staying up here. This is not the second day.
Then, I mean,
Interesting. So Slater
yeah,
can play right guard. He has
yeah.
smaller hands
Okay.
and arms, so he could play guard.
If it falls, I love it simply. But I don't think he'll be at 23. I'm expecting he will go before that.
Well,
I think Los Angeles. Well,
But
one
it's
pick at a
good.
time.
If he drops, then Tevin Jenkins will drop. Vera Tucker will drop.
Yeah.
It's a domino effect, and it's
The board-
certainly good for the Jets. right
Certainly,
now.
well, I shouldn't say certainly, but I don't think they're trading up to 12 or before. That was the information we were talking about at the
Yeah,
beginning of the
12.
draft. Well, let's see as it gets closer. Maybe they jump up a couple spots with.
I could see them trading up with the Colts.
Obviously, I'm looking at India right now because they're in a good spot. They could get a couple more
Well,
picks.
what would you give? I would give up the 4th rounder for next year.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
wouldn't
that
be
would
too
command
much.
much. Just a little something, even if we do a 4th and like one of our
The 7th.
5th or 6th finish here,
Yeah.
it wouldn't really bother me.
Yeah.
So Denver are going to be interesting.
I don't think they would need to give up a 3rd.
Yeah. And actually, now look, I'm just looking through their ad. I don't think they'll go corner here. You can roll that.
Fuller's good. Darby's not good.
I think
They're not going to go wide receiver or tight end.
my thought then is Parsons here. I'm not going to lock it in yet until the pick is in. Parsons.
Who are their edge rushers?
Fields?
Do they have any pass rushers? Von Miller, but he's 33.
Isn't Bradley Chubb is here?
Oh, right. Yep.
I mean, BPA for them. This is they have talent, but they just haven't
It's
done
because
much.
their quarterback
Yeah.
sucks. Lockett.
Oh, I would take
They have
Fields
Jerry
here.
Jeudy,
I
they
don't know why
have
they were
Cortland
rushed.
Sutton.
Yeah, I would take Fields here. What was the rush to get Teddy? There
Well,
was.
they only traded a 6th rounder, too. So they didn't,
Yeah.
it's not a commitment for
They
them.
can go Fields here. That's also my thought.
I think they should. I don't think I think they traded for Teddy because they didn't think a quarterback would be here.
And that was I forgot which reporter said it this week, but someone that right after the trade this week, it was the other day. They said don't rule out the Broncos to still take a quarterback.
Yeah.
based on the board.
Yeah, Schefter might have said that
Yeah.
actually. I'm surprised there haven't been any trades yet.
I know it's been
And Denver's taking
been
a long.
quiet.
Denver's taking a long time. They could be a trade down candidate. Someone wants to trade up for Fields, maybe. Could it be the Patriots? I don't know.
it's. I'm looking at Twitter. I haven't seen anything.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't look at any of the picks.
Well, here's my thought on. I mean, yes. Well, let me phrase it first. Fields obviously isn't Rodgers, but if there were rumors that they're thinking of making a move for Rodgers, they're certainly not settled with what they have.
Okay,
Yes.
but he's Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback
Yeah,
in the
but
league.
so then why would you going to really pass up a young quarterback that can become awesome in the league? I mean, I like Fields. So
I don't think you can compare it to
they
Rodgers.
are totally different talent levels.
Rodgers is the
But
best
they're
quarterback
not-
almost ever.
Yeah, but I don't think they're
Talent-wise.
settled at the quarterback position.
Justin Fields right there in a division with Justin Herbert, and you have Patrick Mahomes. Do they feel confident in what
Yeah,
You got to
is that,
shoot.
is that
Yeah,
Daniel Jeremiah talking?
go as Jared, as we said, go shoot for the home run.
Yeah.
There's the draft room.
And
Or hit for the home run. Wrong sport.
actually, after this pick, we'll hear from our friend Anthony and hear his thoughts of what's going on so far and hear his thoughts on
You're not very
Wilson.
excited there. So whoever they're taking, they're not thrilled about. Well, it's not Fields yet. So
Well, the pick isn't locked in.
Maybe they just want to be dramatic.
They're probably thinking if they're going quarterback or not. Pick is in. Well, it's not going to be Max
It's not
Jones.
match up.
Could it be?
Oh, they cut away from
Yeah.
the camera there. So
All right, the pick is in. Dallas is on the clock at 9:45 left.
I wouldn't rule out Philly for the quarterbacks either. Now they're both going to be there. Well, but they both.
Dallas
If
and
they don't
and
go here, they both could be there. Isn't doing it. Although I think the Giants shouldn't. They're not going to do
the
it.
Giants won't.
Philly, it's a new staff. Always one of those scenarios. I do like Jalen Hurts, but if they didn't expect these guys.
Yeah, but the
To be
same
there.
GM, so usually the GM's more
Yeah.
tied with the quarterback than the coaches. Yeah, I agree. I don't think wide receiver is here. I think Parsons or I'm gonna say, all right, is Parsons your pick here?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
No, I haven't. But yeah, I'm gonna lock.
So Parsons is your pick. I'm saying Patrick Surtain. That's my pick here. Big win for the Islanders. Jets Isles fans rejoice.
I already saw this one.
Oh, you saw the pick?
Yeah.
Hard.
I'm not. My facial reaction did not show anything. There.
I'm guessing it's not Fields because you weren't excited. Although I didn't.
I'm
Really
waiting
see.
for the pick.
With the ninth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain Jr.
Another one for me.
I'm surprised Darby isn't great, but you added 2 corners and just overhauled their whole cornerback room. They are.
Well, they lost Chris Harris too,
Yeah.
right?
No, he's been gone. He was with LA last year.
Oh,
yeah.
But they haven't had a shutdown corner in a while. Surtain is probably the highest floor out of all the corners.
So what does Dallas do here now? Because the 2
the 2
potential
corners
corners are off the board.
They could go far, but probably not. Probably not.
I'm curious what their board is. I'm going to say Parsons here too. I think they might just go if that's their best player.
They don't
on
even-
the board.
They could go Slater.
That's possible too.
Their offensive line isn't great. All right, do you want to?
Hey,
Here
give
from
Anthony a
Anthony?
call.
Yeah.
Think about his speech last night.
I'll have him call me. Because I'm sure he'll have a good reaction for the Dallas pick too. I'm definitely ruling out wide receiver for Dallas. They're not taking.
Yeah. They don't need to do it this time.
It's either offensive line or I guess Parsons. One of our friends, Max, just asked if we're getting concerned for Fields going to New England. I'm a little concerned. Are you?
What?
Are you
I
concerned?
was looking
If
at Twitter again.
Max texted us asking if we're concerned that Fields is going to New England.
We don't know their boards. We could all assume it. Like Mac Jones might be at the top of their board. Am I concerned? No, I don't think so. I think Philly should do it also too. They should take one of the quarterbacks.
They won't. I don't think they will. Well, I mean, they said they were doing their due diligence on quarterback.
I agree with your point that the quarterback is going to be more tied to the GM than the coach. But it is a new coach who didn't draft Hurts. Like you don't know how much he believed or didn't believe in him. Although I do believe in Hurts. Like I said, I do like him.
What's going on, guys?
All right,
What's up,
we got
Anthony?
Anthony here.
We have Anthony on the line, who was in our latest episode helping us out with the mock draft. What are your thoughts so far, Anthony, on the draft and the Jets pick specifically?
Yeah, we knew Wilson was coming there, but it was good to finally see it. So now no more thinking. Now it's just like Spencer's been preaching offense, the whole thing.
Just that you have him now. Do it. Like it sounds so simple. Saying it every episode now. Simply
I like
do it.
every pick so far. I think other than this last one.
Who would you have targeted here?
Honestly, well, I think they should have taken one of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. I mean, we could dive into that in a second with you, but what do you think? I know why that's so far. I know you love the Chase pick. What about Waddle with Miami? What do you think of that? Or what do you think of both? I'll let you give your thoughts on both.
Well, it's going to be tough seeing Waddle twice a year now.
Yeah, Jets have their work cut out.
And
Maybe they have to go for a corner now.
They play the Bengals this year too, right?
Yes, I let me look at the schedule. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, they both finished
I
last
think
in their
they did.
division.
You're right.
So they will.
just
So
need to wrap it up.
the Jets will face Jamar Chase too. Your other boy.
Yes.
Your other boy.
Well, as we know, certainly a need that we have is going to be cornerback. Not going to be, could be a 23. I'm not sure, but
We'll see. I mean, Wes Austin isn't going to do it.
no, he's not. But I mean, so what do you think now with Mac Jones and Fields? What's your guess? Is they're
think-
falling?
I think Fields to New England.
I mean, what about? I was saying before to Brandon. I mean, we don't know their board. Like, it's totally possible Mac Jones goes ahead of him. Or they both
Wait,
fall.
there's a trade. They just said the Eagles just traded up to 10.
Oh, the Eagles traded up to 10.
They could be going after Fields right here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but no. Who
You
would
don't-
they be
you don't-
jumping? They could. It should surprise me. Who would they be jumping?
Oh,
I
your
think.
guys' TV is
oh,
a little ahead of mine.
Oh,
Who are
okay.
you watching? ESPN or NFL Network?
We're on NFL Network.
I'm on ABC, but you guys,
Oh,
Okay.
you guys told about the trade, and then 10 seconds later it happened.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think the easy
But I
guess
love
here
that
is
move. I love
Devontae
that move
Smith.
by the
Yeah.
Eagles.
this is going to be Devonta Smith.
I think Devonta Smith here.
'Cause they're probably afraid the
The
Giants.
Giants would take him. Yeah, Giants fans are not going to be happy.
Well, let's
Well,
see.
the Giants fans should be looking for a quarterback because no matter with or without Devontae Smith, they're still going to be future.
That's what you've been saying.
I mean, the one. Let's see if they officially do it, and then my early reaction before they announce it, if it's Smith, is they learn their lesson. We've said the last year, did all that those end of the season wins, and they made that much of a difference.
Yeah.
Now they might have learned their lesson.
I wonder what they have to give up. Probably a third to move up 2 spots. And it's a rare interdivision trade too,
Yeah.
which you don't see
Yeah, I'm
often.
curious. I'm gonna look up the compensation on this as we're talking.
Because now the Eagles pick 10. Both cornerbacks are off the board. You think Devontae Smith is the pick here? Oh, here's the. Oh, they give
I
up a
think
third.
so. I think him or Parsons.
Okay, that's a good
Parsons.
good
You think
swap for them.
maybe
He's
Parsons.
too good.
For the Eagles here, I missed who you were.
He thinks
Yeah.
Parsons
Smith or
possibly.
Parsons to the Eagles.
I just like it's totally possible they do need it, but I just like, who are you jumping? I don't know why they would need to jump. I don't think the Giants. Well, the
Not
Giants.
sure.
could-
It's not always about jumping the teams. It's about jumping other teams who might want to trade too.
Yeah,
Like maybe the Vikings want to trade up,
Yeah.
and they said, "Give us a better offer," something like that.
I
too.
just really think this is Devonta Smith. There was been a ton of connections between.
yeah, I
a lot
think
of predictions that there would be. The Giants would grab Smith, and
yeah,
they wouldn't see him simply Philly if they happen to wait.
yeah. I think if Smith goes here, Giants go edge
Could be a
rusher.
tackle too. Like they might really like.
They could go
It's the same
Rayshon
thing.
Slater.
Yeah, they're
here.
also competing for
Yeah.
him.
So who are you targeting if you're the Jets right now? Who are you targeting for 23? And
At
what
23, I mean, now that we're on draft night, I would love to see Rashad Bateman. You guys know me. When I have the live draft in front of me and all these receivers are going, I can't help myself. I would love to see Bateman.
As I
If-
said today.
If not, go
we'll
back to
accept
the
that.
O-line.
Yeah,
Have to.
do you think a cornerback would be an okay selection, or do you think they should wait on that?
I would just say then you have to get one at 34.
Yeah.
Interchange those.
Yeah, if
I
New,
don't want them walking away outside of the first 3 rounds without a wide receiver. They're just not good enough.
yeah. I mean, we have
Even the ones we
five
have,
picks.
they're just-
There's no reason
they're
to
good,
not
but
lead
they're
with
just
one.
not good enough.
yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
They're
Well-
fine, but compared to what everyone else in the division's doing,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm on the same page with you there.
Well, yeah, Miami just took a wide out. I think Buffalo could take a wide out at 30 as well. So they gotta Corey Davis is not good enough by himself to make a bigger splash. They need to get someone like I would love Rondell Moore in the slot.
that'd be great. But I don't know if I'd punch him in at 23.
No, I would hope he would fall at 34.
It says the pick is in for on my TV. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, Daniel
yeah.
Jeremiah, I think just mentioned Devonta Smith. But
See,
But
I
yeah,
mean, now I'm
we haven't
getting
seen
really
it.
ahead of myself. Let's say Micah Parsons falls to 23. Do you do it?
I would pull the trigger.
I would-
You
yeah,
might have to. If it's
I
best
would
player
too.
available.
Yeah, I would too. And
I don't know if it's going to happen. We have plenty of picks in between, but
yeah, I would do it. I see.
that's who
The
you're looking at.
Raiders.
Sorry.
The Raiders need. You go after this pick, but if wideout isn't the pick, you want offensive line at 23. Someone like who would you target? If the dream scenario at 23 would be who for you?
That's tough. I think dream scenario would be obviously if Parsons slid, that's a dream, but
Yeah,
realistically, a corner, I think. Greg Newsom.
I wouldn't mind Newsom at 23. I think they can get a solid
I would
guard at
accept it.
34.
I'd just still rather have the boards playing out so far. O-line. That's still my prediction and what I want.
Our corners are bad.
We need work with this. Like we were talking with you on the pod Saturday when we were doing our Jets thoughts for the whole draft. Like they simply can just sign a few of the veterans that are out there in free
They just don't
agency,
want
and they
to.
would be it wouldn't be as much of a need. That's why I think they should wait.
Yeah,
Address corner if they want to do it at 34, fine. If not, you could wait till round 3. I wouldn't
Eric
not
Stokes
understand
and
that.
Tyson
Yeah.
Campbell, Calvin Joseph if he falls.
We'll see. Although
So-
I did see this one.
Of course he did. So we'll see who the
See what
Eagles.
happens.
The 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021
We'll give him 5 seconds since
Yeah.
he's on a delay.
Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
Here we go.
Makes
Gi-
sense.
Giants fans are not going to be happy.
Yeah.
They are not going to be happy at all.
We gave our thoughts on him earlier. I think he's tiny, but can it work out if you use him the right
I don't
way?
think he's
Yeah.
a good fit there. That's just
It's.
my
I mean,
opinion.
they have a lot. They have a lot of. I shouldn't say. Let me take that back. They have some
work to
talent
do,
at wideout,
yeah.
but this is a step in the right direction at least.
Yeah.
So
Well, Anthony, we'll let you go. Thanks for jumping on with us. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and I'm sure we'll hear from you the rest of the night as well.
Yep, no problem, guys. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, definitely.
See you.
All right, see ya. Sorry, I'm not surprised that Anthony wants Bateman at 23.
yeah, but I'll accept it.
I would
that.
dig him. I still think they can take a corner at 23.
I think we're getting a call from Jared. Should we go back
Oh.
to back?
Yeah,
Go
let's
back to back.
let's take the call from Jared.
All right, Jared, you're on. Welcome.
Hey, Ferris, what's up? It's me, Elliot, and Sauls watching the draft from DC.
What's up, guys?
Feeling great after that Zach Wilson pick. Excited for the drama that unfolds the next 10 to 15
Yeah,
days.
it's picking up now. Getting
Yeah,
we'll say my thoughts when we get to pick 15. The drama really
Yeah.
picks up.
I really hope that Fields doesn't make it to 15. That's what I'm feeling right now.
And the one thing I was saying to Brandon was we don't know their boards. They might have Mac Jones
I hope
above
they do.
him. Like it's also an easy, well, not easy. It's a guess. It's a guess. We don't know either way. That's. I mean, we have. So if Sauls is with you, so our friend Jacob Salisbury, he's a Washington football team fan. Salisbury, who do you? If Fields falls, were you all in for him there?
If he falls to 19, yes, definitely would be happy with that. But I don't think it's gonna happen.
I'm hoping he doesn't go before to some certain teams, but if he's there for you, you got to do it. That's no doubt. Or even Mac Jones. I think you got to go quarterback if they're both sitting there.
I agree.
I'm hoping for Darius or the linebacker from Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Chicago, here's
yeah,
quarterback.
I told you they were going to trade
Let's all
up.
hope that.
Yeah,
I'll relax. Let's see who it is.
Chicago's just traded up. Like I mentioned earlier today, I said Ryan Pace and Chicago needed to make a splash. They're taking Justin Fields, in my opinion, right
This
here.
is Fields or Mac Jones,
It
no doubt.
I think
I
it's definitely
You know,
Fields.
we did 45 different prop bets, and we answered all of them, and he's kicking my butt right now. So much for your draft expert knowing what he's talking about.
No, you're gonna knock out the rest of this week, and you know it
The
all.
mid-
No,
round-
you're right. I got the mid rounds.
The mid rounds is where you shine.
This is tough. Like I mean, so far I think it's been pretty predictable. What was our one? It was corner. I think
Corner,
too.
Horn.
Yeah, Horn
Yeah.
going early was interesting.
Yeah.
I believe that the Bengals not taking Penny Sewell was a mistake.
I
get
agree.
it. You know, Joe Burrow's, Chase is Joe Burrow's guy, but I think Burrow's going to have another season. He's just going to be getting clobbered. He could barely get the ball off to AJ Green. I don't think it makes much of a difference for the Bengals trajectory.
It's splash year. That's my. I mean, like I said, I'm glad they did offense. That's my first thought. Either way, to help Burrows in some manner. I agree with your logic because that's what Brandon was saying earlier too. Definitely, you got to protect the guy. But like, I mean, you need a wide. I just think Chase is going to be awesome. Like I could see
He
him
is, yeah.
becoming a stud. Like it's so hard to. I mean, it's hard both ways.
I think
see
they
the
should have went
logic.
Sewell. I was saying on the stream that they do have Riley Reef as their left tackle, so they might just want to upgrade their interior lineman, which they could potentially get day 2 if Wyatt Davis falls to them.
Yeah.
Or
I
I love Wyatt Davis. I think he's great.
Wow, Giants got a haul. I like that for them a lot.
Wow, they got a first.
That's a
fifth, and
quality
fourth. Yeah.
package for them.
They got a first next year too. I'm upset.
Yeah.
I mean, for how this board's falling for the Giants, I think that makes a ton
Okay,
of sense.
Justin Fields, fine. I thought Justin Fields should have been QB3, but that's a whole other conversation.
Exactly. That's what we were saying earlier. He should have won 3, in my opinion, if I were saying for him.
So Fields is going to go here.
Well, hey, relax there. We're
Rob,
all assuming that easy could be
I'm
Mac
assuming.
Jones. It's
Okay,
going to be a quarterback here.
Quarterback goes here. The board's kind of shaping up for the Jets so far.
Yeah,
if they want to trade up a few spots, I think they can definitely add someone like Tevin Jenkins, who I really like as well.
It's Justin Fields. He was just off camera.
What channel are you guys watching?
We're ESPN. He was
Oh,
only
okay.
just off camera, and they waited for him to come back on camera to announce it.
ESPN, and I'm not just making up a statement. They usually always show the plays. That's
Yeah,
why
and they show the phone calls. We're on
Like,
NFL
yeah, we're
Network.
watching
we
NFL
weren't
Network.
going to spoil it, but I mean,
Yeah,
So
whatever I just
we
saw,
didn't spoil it. That's the caller.
we'll-
That's Jared. We don't spoil. That's him.
but it's look, once I see the name, I'll be relieved. But certainly did not want him going to 15. We can let it all out now. Would have been concerned about that. Yeah, I mean,
Now I don't know where Mac Jones is going to go. I don't know if New England will take him.
I think Washington, New England or Washington. I think for Matt. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my 2 guesses.
So who picks 12 now? Dallas is on the clock.
Yeah.
They didn't really miss
So-
anyone.
Later. That's my
Slade,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah.
Jared, who's if how the board is so far? If you're the Jets at 23, what's your? I know it's hard. We have 10 picks in between, but what's your pick right now?
Look, the way the board's falling, I really think our top guy that us 3 have been talking about, AVT, I really think there's a chance. Going into today, thought there was no chance. But I think we got a chance now. The way the board's falling.
My nerves are going to be around Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think the Giants still. I mean, now that they moved back, they might be.
And Las
someone might
Vegas.
fall there.
Las
Yeah,
Vegas.
those are
Because-
the 3 I would
Vegas
pick.
do something stupid. I'm not worried about that.
Because
That's
a lot of mocks had Chicago taking Tevin Jenkins or AVT at 20. So they're taking a quarterback here. That's good for the Jets. The Jets could maybe even trade up, go to 18 or 19.
Yeah, I'm comfortable doing that soon if we need
Yeah, I'll
to.
trade up for him. Like I said, in the pod together, he can play left or right guard
Yep.
right away and
Yep.
develop into a right tackle. I think that's worth trading up for.
And they could do that with Tevin Jenkins as well. So if they trade
Yep.
up for either of them, I think that's a big win. What's the highest you would want to trade up to, though? I don't want to give up a first rounder.
I mean, I wouldn't say the highest I have to. Yeah, it's what I would give up.
Yeah.
I don't think give up more than a third to move up at all.
I
Still
would
need is
I would give up a second next year for AVT. They have 2 seconds next year. I would give up a second.
I mean, if they
Would you?
jump right away, but like I
I'm
don't
waiting
think
to
they have
hear
to.
what.
So
Sorry.
Would you trade a second rounder to move up for AVT? A second rounder next year.
Yeah, that's what I was. I like the idea.
He wasn't paying attention at all.
No, I'm just amazed that I'm about to see Fields go off the board. But no, because that's not English. What I was saying on the pod recently was, now that we have the pick from the Sam trade for next year in the second round, I like that we could keep it. Also, love that you can use it to move up today. So I think they can, for sure, do that if they want to
Yeah.
do that. I would not be opposed. Simply.
that's fair. But like, move up sooner rather than later to get your guy. Then if you're going to give up a second anyway.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I think they could.
Like, we probably have to jump the Vikings. And
That's what I was saying.
guess
I think we even have to jump I think LA is going to take Slater. That's my prediction.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
who's Dallas getting then?
That-
Me give-
I think Parsons might go here. I think I had him earlier for this, but I don't know. Dallas can go. Besides, like wideout, really? I think they have enough. I mean, there's no wideouts. Well,
I
now
guess
they're all
they
gone.
could
yeah,
go
Big
yeah,
three.
could be
They could go
Parsons.
edge.
Yeah, and LA is definitely going to
Yeah.
grab.
Good landing spot for Fields, though. I think they have talent. They just had the wrong guy throwing for the past
Yeah,
two.
I agree.
Oh, him with Allen Robinson, that's going to be tremendous.
Yeah,
So
and
now we can.
Darnell Mooney. I like him a lot.
Although I'm thrilled with Wilson for us, and now that Fields is not a Pat, can say I think Fields is going to be awesome in the league.
NFC, let him go be good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
The other conference, we don't have to see him until we meet in the Super Bowl with Chicago. So now I will root for him unless it's the weeks we're playing them.
Yep, I agree.
But also to prove us right, Wilson will outperform him at the same time.
Let's
I hope so. Yeah.
So
I don't think you can be upset with Wilson, no matter what Fields does or Lance or anything. I think Wilson was still the right pick.
yep.
Yeah, I mean, me and Elliot are also thrilled about how attractive the whole family was.
I always like what you said when you were on 2 weeks ago. Like, got to go for the home run. Stop being safe. We need to go for the highest upside guy and just hope they actually reach it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because what are we doing in between? Nothing. There's no point to be in between. So
Yeah, I'll just watch football team fan that. What does he do for you? Better than 7, he says. All right, we'll call you back later after the Jets' second pick, and we'll talk about that in an hour or so.
sounds
Yeah.
good. Yep.
Always good talking
All right.
to you, Jared.
Yep,
Thanks for
enjoy
calling
the
in.
draft. Yep, bye guys.
All right. Interesting few picks we have, and we had to do our grades. We didn't do that in the past few.
Where did we
I
stop?
think we stopped at Horn. I gave him a B. You gave him a C+.
C plus.
So after that, 9 was Surtain to Denver. I'm also gonna say
I would
B.
give A minus there.
I think they have. I just that you already added a couple corners in free agency. I think you just could have went other routes there. It's more in terms of of what they've added. Simply, I think they could have just went other routes. Player, I think he's gonna be good. Like if you fell to us, obviously we would have been thrilled. Was expected to go around. We were expecting really 10 to Dallas.
Yeah.
So I'll leave a B there for that, and you have an A minus for that, and then it's only been a couple. Picks
Did we talk about Devontae
Oh,
Smith?
Smith.
I was on my phone. Devontae Smith, we talked about him so much before. I said he's not going to be a good fit in Philadelphia. To trade up for him, they need help. They gave up. They didn't give up that much a third rounder.
Just
right?
a third rounder.
I guess I'd give it a B. It fills a need, but I don't think he's.
See, I'll
gonna
be
great.
harsher there than for once. I'm gonna give it a B minus because
It's
I
not even
think
that harsh.
the lowest grade I've given so far. I think a B minus, like I said, I'm concerned that it's not big enough. I know in my mock, I passed on him for Philly when we did that one and had him going to Arizona, and they easily could have grabbed him in my mock. So I'll give it a B minus because it can work out if they use him the right way. He is tiny, and just there are some concerns there. So I'll leave that as a B minus.
I will give
Fields
Chicago A plus.
Yeah, A plus honestly. I love the value.
I think Pace just saved his job.
Yeah, honestly, that'll be the first A. Well, we're an A plus too, but A plus for Chicago. They nailed it. Traded up at the right spot. Gave up a lot, but that was the right time to do it. Just kind of fell.
Yeah, they had.
Would
to
say
give up.
fell into their laps, but fell closer to their laps than it could have been.
Yeah, I told you they were going to make a splashy move if the
Yeah.
quarterback fell. I've been saying that all week.
Yep.
My
You
hunch
nailed that
proved
one.
me right.
Yep.
I think Dallas.
Yeah, I gotta give. I'm gonna go
They-
Parsons here. That's my prediction. I'll lock it in.
I don't know
Could they go edge? I don't.
who they have. DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
I think they go. I'm going to go off the board. I'll say Pay from
Okay.
Michigan. They just hired
I
Dan
can see
Quinn
it,
as
yeah.
their DC. I'm sure he wants an edge rusher.
I think
I'll go
defense is
Pay.
the pick. Oh, yeah, defense. I think
I
is the
don't
pick,
know
but
how beat
tackle's
up
not a
their
shot.
I don't know how
Yeah.
beat up their offensive tackle position is.
It wasn't as good this year.
Do they have a left
Usually
tackle?
Isn't Tyron Smith is
He's still there?
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll be back. I know he had some injury issues.
And
I
they
believe,
have
this year.
they have Zach. Well, what's his name? Martin.
Yeah.
Guard. I think. Am I locking in Pay? All right, Goodell's. I'll lock in Pay. Goodell's walking. It's going to be Slater. I'm going to be wrong. But I've locked in Kwity Paye as their edge rusher, first edge rusher off the board. Surprisingly, there hasn't been any edge rushers, when it's one of the most important positions. But the edge rushing group is not great this year. It's deep, but there's no top level talent like there usually is, right?
It's not one of the premier.
Yeah.
I know I was hearing this week on one of the other podcasts I was listening to as well, just to get some different thoughts out there. And they were saying there's been. Let me pause for the pick.
All right, keep going. He's going to
So
tell you.
like there's been a Chase Young, there's been the Bosa's. There's not really someone like
A
that.
premier
this
guy,
year.
yeah. It's not top heavy, but it's deep. There's like a lot of good medium level guys. And half of these guys that are going to go first round are either have medical red flags, they opted out, like your boy Greg Rousseau.
Yep.
So they could be really good. Jalen Phillips could be really good. Aziz Olugiari could be really good, but no one really knows. And one of them could end up at 23. And then we'll say how good they are.
Yep. Can't wait.
A lot of booze there. All right, so you said Parsons?
I'm saying Parsons here.
Okay, I said Paye.
She's hype.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
I think just the BPA, a need plus a BPA scenario.
Yeah, I would give them a B plus because he is a little risky based on his character issues. He should have been a top 5, top 10 pick, but had character issues, sliding down the draft board a little bit. I'll give him a B plus because it's a little risky, but you know their history. They are okay with taking risks on guys like Des Bryant, for example, when they drafted him. Do you remember when they got him a week before they picked him? He beat up his mom. So they don't really care too much about character issues. He's very good. Parsons is great. Sean Lee just retired. Give it a B plus.
Phil's. Oh, let me give him a grade. I got to think. Yeah, I think a B plus is fair.
He's very good. It's a little risky for me.
I would like the B. I'm not gonna give it an A. I just don't have a good reason to give it an A. Yes, it feels a need. Probably the best player. I would assume I'm not phrasing this well. B plus. I'm just not blown away.
He opted out last year too.
And I'm not also blown away in a negative way. That it should be much lower than
so
that.
The Chargers are going to take Slater here. I think that's a given. If they don't, that's a wow.
That seems like the perfect match.
It's going to be an offensive lineman. Maybe they have AVT higher, Tevin Jenkins higher. Let's just say
this is
offensive line.
Perfect match for Slater.
I think that's an A. If they get Slater, it's an A.
And I'll lock in my prediction there. Not much to hesitate on.
There's no way that they don't take offensive line here. And that's if they get Slater, that's a big win for the Chargers. Now, I think the draft board is going okay for the Jets. What do you think? Only one offensive lineman taken so far.
It's so far it's playing out well. I mean, and also
we knew the two corners wouldn't be there.
Yeah, I mean we don't want edge, but all the names so far, like you were just saying before, they're there.
Kwity Paye. Yeah.
Trying to think who else.
The wide receivers we knew wouldn't be there.
Yeah, those were the ones we didn't expect. I mean, the other linebackers that we talked about, Zaven Collins and JOK, are around. Not that they would.
Parsons, I thought he could have been there possibly.
I just thought a slide was maybe about to begin. That was my little thought.
I didn't expect him to be there, so that's okay. But I think after the Chargers is when we will start to get nervous because the Vikings need offensive line.
Yeah.
The Raiders need offensive line.
Every team has a case.
Yeah.
Really coming up now. I think the Giants will target O-line at 20 now.
Probably, yeah.
Well, they could go
I think they go edge rusher.
Yeah, I hope they do.
Yeah.
Because as our opinion for the Jets at 23, we don't need to target edge. Can we see them doing it? Yes. We just don't think they need to.
I think they're going to get, at worst, I think Creed Humphrey will be there and they take him at 23. If Tevin Jenkins and AVT and Slater and Darrisaw. What if Darrishaw's there? He's sliding.
Again, it might be a
He's
BPA.
a tackle.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can play guard or not. Let me look him up. He went to Virginia Tech.
National Football League and the NFC East by somebody he's familiar with. Saquon Barkley, who will come back this year, and maybe they'll meet a couple of times. Oh, like number 12 overall, where he belongs. Right
He actually went to high school in Maryland.
Getting the Twitter scoop.
On what? On Darashaw?
Now seeing what's coming up, if there's anything. Maybe rumor-wise or
So
trade-wise.
Darashaw was a left tackle for his whole career at VT.
Yep. Okay.
He has long arms, so he probably wouldn't play guard.
Also, don't rule out a jet trade up here, like we were saying. If these guys start to get to like 16, 15, 16.
Well, they're not going to
then-
trade with the Patriots at 15.
No, yeah, I forget it.
16
You're
or
right, you're right.
17. Would
I think Miami even would too. But then I don't know if I want to give them more draft capital.
yeah. Well, we just saw the Eagles. And
True,
Giant.
True. I
Eagles
just don't want to do it.
Yeah. Do you think they would need to give up a second rounder to move up to 17 or 16? That's what, 8 or 9 picks? 7 picks?
I could see. Yeah, I do think so. It's different. I was going to compare it to the Eagles Cowboys
But that's
swap,
only
but it's not
2
the
picks.
yeah, it's not the same.
I don't know. I think they can get away with 2/3. I don't think
I don't know. I always
to
have
move up-
trouble with these trades.
to move up to 17. I think they can swing it without a second round pick. If they have to give up a
Yeah.
second next year, that's fine. Get your guy. But they have 2 second rounders next year. They have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds next
Yep.
year. They can definitely
Exactly.
trade something. Chargers made their pick. Offensive line, you're saying Slater, I'm saying Slater.
Yep.
Easy. It's going to be either Darashaw or Slater, whoever's higher on their board.
The perfect draft choice for the NFL draft. And delivered by Pizza Hut. Order today.
So Indianapolis, they need a tackle. They could target Tevin Jenkins and move him to tackle if they're comfortable with his arm size. So the Jets might need to jump Indianapolis and the Giants. If Mac Jones is not at 19, maybe they could swing a trade with Washington.
Yeah, that would
Possibly.
be the logical connection, I would say.
Because if they did, Washington can still get
Yeah.
Mac Jones. I don't think the Giants will take him. I don't think Indy will take him. Tennessee either. And you would not have to give up a second for that. So I think they're in a okay spot right now. I think things are falling their way for Washington.
Yeah, I'm content so far.
Yeah.
Simply. Haber is not happy about Dalton getting competition now.
Dalton's not
Yeah,
bad.
we know you have your Bengals bias there, but no, it was a slam dunk. They knocked that one out.
Yeah, that was
Arizona's going to be an interesting one. I'm thinking. I have no idea what they're really going to do.
they need an edge rusher or cornerback.
Yeah, I think the defense is probably their direction there. I know my bold pick from my mock Devonta Smith to them to really load up that offense is out.
They won't
I
take
mean-
offense here. Arizona
I don't
16
think-
now.
I don't think they'll do it. Vegas is interesting. Probably I think DN.
Yeah, I think we both had an edge rusher on our
Yep.
mock draft.
I think what did he pay there if I'm recalling it correctly.
Yeah, surprisingly, none of the edge rushers are gone. Minnesota needs an edge rusher too. So
I'm hoping they
I
shop
hope
and just
they-
don't take Vera Tucker. Like I saw
I've
that
seen
in a
Barrett
mock
Tucker in
this
almost
past
every
week.
mock today. Yeah, but they could take Darashaw,
Yeah,
and that's okay. I want Barrett Tucker. Darashaw is going to be a tackle, so they just need a guard. And I can't really see anyone trading up above the Jets right now for whatever reason to snag an offensive lineman.
Yep. I'd be. I don't see it.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
So-
What's getting we're talking about O-line, edge, linebacker, etc. Every position we touch. So if we get that running back position, we don't want it to happen. in our opinions, at 23.
Yeah, but you
We
wouldn't
can't-
hate it though.
If it does happen, I will accept the player. That's how I say it. It's not the right pick of positional need. Sorry, it is a positional need. It's not the right value to do it. But
It's
we'll
not a
accept the
position
player.
need. They
Yeah.
don't need
They
someone.
do. The group is not complete. I'm changing my opinion. I know I said on an earlier pod they can get by with this group. I don't know if they can get by with just
Okay,
this
yeah.
group.
Okay, yeah, I
I know earlier I had I thought
They don't
with
need
the-
one round 1, 2, or 3.
Oh yeah.
Can you agree with that?
With
You
the
would take
third
one
rounder, I'm not.
86.
I wouldn't rule it out. But I think after we did the episode this weekend where we did our Jets picks, and I was just impressed, like, of all the later round running backs. I really don't think they need to do it this early. Like, I know I
like
tweeted out today.
Patterson a lot.
Patterson, Sermon from Ohio State, Hubbard from Oklahoma State, Hawkins from Louisville.
I like Kylan Hill
Obviously,
too
you had
from
Hill.
Ole Miss.
Yep. I mean, there's
A lot
a
of guys.
lot of options. So
And teams always find late round
yeah,
picks.
but I think
Aaron
also-
Jones was a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I think just have the boards going. Well, let's see how the board continues to go.
Yeah,
but
let's see
I
what the
think
Chargers do
the O
here.
line.
Yeah.
I'll pause and see the pick.
With the 13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater
Okay.
Jr.
Okay.
A for me.
Yeah. I thought it was Ray Sean, so when he
Yeah.
said Raw, I didn't know who it was at first. Yeah.
Exactly.
A.
We expected.
I'd give it an
Exactly.
A+. I think he's I'll put it back to what it was
Yeah,
before.
exactly.
I
what
learned
we
it through the
we
calls.
said they should do. Simply
Yeah,
build
I
a
give
line around your young quarterback. They did
A+
it.
for me. I didn't think he'd fall. They're probably really happy
Yeah.
that he fell.
He's an
and
interesting guy.
Oh, he opted out. I didn't even know he
Yeah.
opted out last year.
He's
Big guy.
God, his blind
Nice.
side now is fully protected. Herbert, and they added Lindsley this offseason. They
Oh yeah, forgot.
He did what we were hoping the Jets could have done on day one of free agency, but they're heading in the right direction on the O-line. So good for Justin Herbert. He's definitely smiling tonight.
Yeah, I mean they were going to go offensive line no matter who
No,
was
they needed
available.
to. Yeah. So now is I think our most nervous pick of the night so far.
Yeah, I think AVT. I think AVT is going to go here, and I'm not going to like it unless they go Darashaw. Actually, if they go Darashaw,
Yeah.
I will be.
I just don't want
Content.
ABT here.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen AVT in a few mocks this week to the Vikings.
Yeah.
So I don't. And I hope they go edge rusher. I really hope they go edge rusher.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
So I guess Slater
15 's
can't
the
play
big one.
guard. 15?
15. I'm saying 15 is also the big one. I want to see.
They're not going to take offensive line though.
No, I'm saying just what they're going to do. Like, will they really take Mac Jones? I feel like they might
I
not.
feel like they wouldn't.
And now I'm changing my tune from what I was saying the first 15 picks to
I
rationalize.
could see them taking
First
JOK. The Pats.
Yeah, I think I had Ojulari when we did our first mock, I believe, to them. So
I think he's going to slip past. I think he's going to slip later. Medical reasons. I don't know who the.
they're going to go
Pats-
BPA. Quarterback to BPA. I mean, easier to say that, of course, but
Yeah.
they can really they spent a ton of money in free agency, which don't know what
On the
that's
tight
really going to
ends.
result in overall as we
They could shock us and take a wide out.
they could
If they're trying to
a
build
little
up the
underwhelming some of the wide receiver moves that they made in free agency, but
Who did they even get in free agency?
Nelson Aguilar
Oh, yeah.
and Kendrick
Oh,
Bourne.
yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, they spent a lot of money, which is nice. Like, it's exciting for the fans, but like we've talked about on the podcast, like, I'm just not sure what that's ultimately going to result in. I mean, it's nice to win a few extra games, but as we said, Bill is not going to build to rebuild. He's still
Yeah.
trying to win now, and
Well, that's why I don't think he'll take a quarterback.
Well,
Because he
does he
doesn't
view
want-
Matt Jones as right
Oh.
now?
The Jets just traded up to 14. It's going to be AVT. Wow. Whoa.
All right, here we go.
I wonder what they gave up. They definitely had to give up a second round. They could have given up a first rounder next
I
year.
know now. It could have been the Seattle pick.
That's fine. All right. Well, our night ended early.
Yeah. Let's see where this goes.
Wow.
Now. Are we taking Mac Jones? No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
You see, we both jumped up to that one.
I like it. Joe Douglas being aggressive for once.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this package is going to end up being.
It's going to be a lot.
I'm just so humbled to be chosen. You know, everyone knows what I can do on the field.
It's got to be Vera Tucker.
Yeah, either
I'm
him
getting
or Jenkins.
our early. Well,
Could it be Darashaw?
prediction is O-line. I'm going to say Vera Tucker. I'm going to lock that in.
If it's for an edge rusher, I'm going to be so
I said
mad.
I'm already putting my reaction out ahead of the pick. If we move up for edge,
I'm going to be so angry.
I'm going to definitely not be. The grade will not be one of my more leading grades.
No.
Well, one thing we could say for sure, running back is not happening here. I'm certainly confident in that one. I'm not. We can that discussion that we've had on the podcast multiple times. We can rule that out at 14.
And
if it happens at 14, I'm walking out.
If it's anything but offensive line,
I think it's got to be offensive line, or maybe wide out may shock us. There's someone they could really like, and we just don't know.
Would you be mad?
No, I will not be that. I'm
I
always
guess
going to
not.
accept the wide out. Like same logic. If you're going to build around your young quarterback,
Pick us in.
I'm still sticking with the prediction. Vera Tucker.
I think
don't
Vera
think
Tucker.
I forgot if you just said before. Don't rule out Tevin Jenkins. They might like him better. We just
That's
don't
fine.
know.
Yeah.
I think one of the other two.
I
but
think it's an A either way. If it's
it might be that. Yeah.
Darashaw, Vera Tucker, Jenkins, I'm giving an A.
I don't think it's Humphrey or Dickerson or any of those
No,
others
no,
that we've
no way.
talked about. Curious to see the package too. I have not looked on Twitter yet.
So they moved up 9 spots. I think they got to give up a first rounder next year. Chicago had to give up a first rounder to move up 9
We give
spots.
Seattle's pick. Okay.
I would say Seattle's pick and the Carolina pick for next year.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm nervous.
I don't know. This is.
He can't
Well,
screw this
my
pick up.
my one prediction's off already. In terms of I didn't look at the picks. I see you get a little nervous. No, it's just, I thought the Jets were not going to move up. That they would just sit at 23 and take the best.
I thought they were going to move up one or two
best
spots.
guard available. But I also saw the logic that they would move up, and they clearly have done it. So I guess while we're waiting, I want to see the. I won't.
No,
look on Twitter.
you'll
Yeah,
see
it'll
the
ruin
pick.
it.
Because Connor Hughes and all
Yeah, I
that have
see
to
he's
pick
been
already.
leaking every single one tonight.
Yeah. I think it's AVT.
So do I.
I hope it is. Until it's Jalen Phillips, and we're just.
Yeah.
I'll give it an F.
No edge. No edge.
I'll say this: if it's anything but offensive line, straight F. To move up 9
And I'm not,
spots.
this is me ripping it ahead of time. I think getting edge at this spot would be weird. Like you could have just done that at 23. Then,
Yeah.
like, well, you don't need to move up, and because I'm sure, like we're both saying, the capital that they're probably going to give up or whatever they give up. Yeah, not English. Wherever they gave up was probably a decent amount. Because just haven't seen it yet.
I think they gave up a first rounder and the fourth. The Seattle pick next year and
I'd be.
a fourth rounder next
I'll be
year.
content as long as if somehow they were able to maintain Seattle's pick next year. I'm thrilled.
The first rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know. Haven't seen the package yet.
What if they give up both seconds? A fourth?
Oh
Wait.
my god. That's fine.
they traded both.
Oh, I
thirds.
looked at the wrong.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Then.
yeah.
That's perfectly
That's okay.
fine. I have no problems with
Yeah,
that.
that's the. I'd give it.
So
an
you lose
A.
your third rounders. It's okay. So you still have round 2.
All right, I'd give it an A- for the
Yeah,
trade.
and you just got an extra fourth. That's perfectly fine.
So
to move up
no
9 slots.
no third rounders now. So they only have 1 pick tomorrow
Okay, that's a big day on
and Saturday.
Yeah, I mean you're
2.
down to 9 picks. That's fine. That's not a concern. Like Jared was saying with us last week, and Anthony said this week.
Yeah.
Not going to
Not
be able
gonna-
to keep all
Yeah.
of these rookies the next 2 years. You need to just
Yeah.
go get your guy if you want your guy. So
Daniel Jeremiah thinks ABT. Vera Tucker.
yeah, it seems like the logic.
He's a perfect fit with the New York Jets to help protect your second overall pick in Zach Wilson.
I'm glad they're doing this. They're building around the quarterback.
The podcast is, well, let's see if it is the pick. The podcast has been right.
Yeah.
With the logic so far. Yeah, shocked them it's an edge in 2 minutes and we're both going to go like this.
What if it's a line? What if it's JOK or Zaven Collins? Okay, wait. All right,
I'll
who's your
say
pick?
my-
Who is it? AVT.
AVT.
I'm saying that's my pick. Okay. If it's Najee Harris, I'm ending the stream right now. I'm going home. Please be Vera Tucker. Please be Vera Tucker.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the
All right, so we
14th
moved up
to New York Jets.
officially.
With the 14th
Please be Vera
pick
Tucker.
in the 2021 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Elijah.
Let's go.
Perfect.
That's an A+.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Wow. Got to be thrilled about that. Actually listened to what we were hoping on. All right, prediction we're on tonight. Zach
Yeah.
Wilson and Vera Tucker. Love it.
A+ for the first round. And we said Vera Tucker was going 14. We just didn't know it would be to the Jets.
Exactly. Yeah. Perfect.
And the trade compensation either. They didn't have to trade a first or second round pick.
Oh, that's
Which is
that's a
good.
job well done by them tonight. You better be celebrating in that draft.
So I think let's first talk about Vera Tucker. Position flexibility, as they're saying, consistent anchor. He's going to be a guard, probably on the left side. I think that means Alex Lewis is gone.
Yeah,
Let's
or at least
cut
one
him.
or the other. Him or Van Roten. There's no need anymore.
Yeah, so Vera Tucker, plug and play starter. Very, very good. Probably the best guard in the draft, right? I'd say.
Yeah.
If you're not counting Rashawn Slater or
Yeah.
Sewell. I'm just really, I got nothing else to say. I'm just really happy. I think that's a
No,
great.
I'm
I like the
thrilled.
aggressiveness too of Douglas.
They got it right there. Simply name that we were hoping for a while,
Yeah,
and we thought if they need to be aggressive to move up, do it. Did it. Got
And
your
they didn't
guy,
give
and
up
that's that.
didn't give up a first or second round pick. I think that's huge.
Oh yeah, love the trade compensation
Yeah.
there. I know we were kind of more focused on the player.
Yeah.
Who was going to be, but that's fantastic. I mean, all right, you lose your third round, but you still kept the pick this year. A handful of slots later, fine. Not going to complain about that.
I think
I'm
great move
guessing
by
that.
Joe Douglas.
Yeah, A plus,
A+.
either one. So I'm guessing here for New England, Mac
Mac
Jones.
Jones. Yeah.
Feel free to do it. Don't think he's going to be a great pro. Enjoy.
So let's say Wyatt Davis or Creed Humphrey are at 34. Do you pull the trigger and double down and solidify the offensive line?
Now that we moved up and lost one earlier slot, I might not. 'Cause I think you might have to address. You could do wide out, you could do
Because
linebacker.
then they
you still have Cam Clark. Like,
Then
you
they
have-
can't get a corner till day 3.
yeah, you have guys to work with. So I don't know if they need to do it anymore. Not that they should do it. So let me rephrase that. Like, do they need to do it? No. Could they? Yes. But with how all the other needs and everything else, I don't think they will do it at 34 anymore.
But I think they got to go corner at 34. I think that's the move. And if they go corner, we're not going to see a wideout till day 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
Unless
I know
he might move back tomorrow now.
You think you could trade
Possible.
back tomorrow and then get a third?
Possible. I mean, it depends how far you'd want to move back.
Yeah. I think they gotta. I mean, there should be enough good players at 34 where they don't have to move back. But I'm really happy. I'm gonna get a Vera Tucker jersey. Let's lock it in.
Maybe. But Beck's going to be some buddies.
Yeah, he's 6. I think they said he was 6'4" and 3/4.
Yeah.
So he's big. 305.
I'm surprised that Minnesota wanted to move back because they have the need too. That's the most interesting thing to me.
Yeah,
that
and
trade.
They probably think they can get a good edge rusher at 23 now.
I could see it.
In the 2021 NFL Draft,
Let's do the
the
Pat steak.
six-time world champion New England Patriots
There he is.
Enjoy. And my thoughts on him tonight.
He
He'll
could
be
also
fine.
sit this year and they could have Newton play. But he's a little older anyway. He should start. I think Mac Jones is older, right? He's a senior.
Yep. It's all right. My worst grade of the draft. This will be a C minus.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
going to
give
be
him a
ridiculous and
C.
give it a D or an F. C minus. I just don't think he's going to be anything special in the league. That's not like a home run move. So simple C minus. Not good for me.
Yeah, I'll give it a C. Nothing too crazy. I'm just still excited from the Jets pick. I'm not focused anymore. I'm just excited.
So I'm glad Fields is not this pick, and then it's Mac Jones, who's kind of my hope with how this draft was going to play out if they were going to land the quarterback. Fine with me.
Very favorable first night for the Jets. Let's hope it keeps up. Who do you think goes to Arizona? I think they go edge now. I think they start the edge.
Yeah, it probably makes sense. Them and then probably Vegas too.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what the hope is when you draft Mr. Bill Belichick. Obviously, as we mentioned, very familiar with him. His ties to Alabama was out there at that pro day, sitting there talking with Nick Saban.
I think Mac Jones will sit this year, or until Newton doesn't play well again.
He'll see the field for sure
Yeah.
at some point.
I think they're going to cut Stidham now.
Yeah, he's out. He's out of the picture.
Yeah.
Simply there.
So the Jets have traded both their thirds, so they have 34 tomorrow, right? No third round pick. Then they have 6 picks on the third day, right? 2 fourths, 2 fifths, 2 sixths.
Yeah.
Once he opens up the safety, he knows exactly where he wants to go with the ball. He processes very fast. That's why he was in the mix to be the 3rd overall pick because of that.
So I guess I think corner's the next logical pick at 34. I don't think they'll take edge. Because now whatever they take, they need to realize that they most likely won't be able to address until day 3 because they don't have the 2/3. So I think they go corner there. They'll probably get maybe Eric Stokes from Georgia or Kelvin Joseph, who I actually mocked them last week from Kentucky.
We'll see. I've got a chance to play under some legendary coaches even in high school, and like you said with Coach Saban. So I'm looking forward to taking Coach Belichick's coaching.
Didn't promise anything. Not impressed.
All right, I'm saying pay here again for Arizona.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the other edges
They
would go
lost
before.
They lost Hassan Reddick. Chandler Jones is not getting any younger. So I think it just makes sense here. They could go cornerback if they buy into Farley. They're not scared of his medicals.
Defensive best player available here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I also forgot my bet that Denver would draft a defensive player first.
Yeah.
So that hit for me.
The Patriots have got to see that up close and personal. DJ shows up. Here's some more. We got a guy in my face. Hey, I can
I'm going to pause. Water break. I'll be back.
I'm sure they won't say the pick before you get back anyway. They're taking forever.
I can step in and deliver, and we've seen Tom Brady do that a million times, and I can decipher what a defense is going to do. Safety gets nosy. I can get up.
I think either Pay or Jalen Phillips will go here. They're the 6th ranked total offense in 2020. I think defense is the way to go, especially with playing against Russell Wilson. Now Trey Lance and Matt Stafford in LA, they need to address their defense because they've been mostly offense with Kyler Murray and trading up for Hopkins and getting all those guys. So it seems like Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, Azeez Ojulari, Greg Rousseau, whatever the best pass rusher, in their opinion, I think makes the most sense. They still need a tight end, but Freiermuth is not worth pick 16. I don't think they'll take Caleb Farley here. I think he's still going to slide. So it really seems like edge is the only logical pick unless they surprise us and take a running back. But I would be very surprised if they did that. So Goodell's going over to the podium. So let's see who they take. I also forgot they did get J.J. Watt, but I still think Edge is the move. Quiddy pays my prediction here.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins.
Oh, wow.
Linebacker, Tulsa.
So Zaven Collins is interesting. He is more of like an outside linebacker, like Anthony Barr exactly. Good in coverage, but can also rush the passer. I've seen him mocked as a defensive end a little bit, like a 3-4 outside linebacker or 4-3 defensive end. He's going to probably play more as a coverage linebacker, but good pick. I would give them, I guess, a B+ for Zaven Collins. Probably the best linebacker in the draft besides Parsons. So, I mean, they couldn't go wrong with defense here. Like I said, their defense struggled a bit. But good pick here. Should be able to rush the passer, can cover. Always love a good coverage linebacker. So can't complain there. I think edge rusher, definitely Vegas next pick. See Zaven Collins up there?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, I was saying he can rush the passer and cover as well. So he's kind of like a hybrid, like an Anthony Barr kind of role.
Endorse the proposal at BuckeyesSummerStimmy.com.
In Daytonville, there's lots of ways to stay on our insurance.
11.5 tackles for loss in 2020 for Tulsa. So yeah, good edge rusher, good coverage linebacker. Can't complain there. B+ for me. And Vegas is up next. We'll probably see. Might double down on Quiddy Pay here, but edge rusher makes the most sense for Vegas.
Zaven Collins is interesting. Great. What was your grade? Oh,
I gave it a B+. I think they could have gone numerous directions, but defense was the way to go.
I'll give it a B. I'm not blown away with it either way. I thought there were others on the board. I would have liked Pay or someone else there.
I forgot they do have J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
But he's also 33.
Yeah, just different stage of his career now,
Yeah.
too. I would have went to the end for edge. Well, the end/edge. So
Collins had 11 sacks last year.
and he is different. He's like
He's an Anthony Barr. He can
Yeah.
rush the passer but cover it as well. He's a good hybrid. I think it's a good pick for them. I don't know who their defense coordinator is, but I'm sure they'll find a place for him. I think I'll say I might say it again. Quiddy Pay here. I said the last 3 picks, but they need an edge rusher.
Pay here as well. Yeah, in my initial mock.
Whatever their top edge rusher is, that's who's going here.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. I'd be surprised if not.
But it's Gruden, so no one knows.
I don't think another wideout.
No,
He's done enough with that.
I don't think a wideout will go until I think the earliest a wideout would go to the Giants right now. But I still don't think they would do a wideout.
Actually, who's on the board again? I'm forgetting that. You're not. Washington, I have no idea what they're going to do next.
They need a linebacker. Okay, would be my.
That might make sense.
I think an edge rusher will go to the Giants, or they could take Tevin Jenkins, or Darashaw's still on the board too, right?
Yeah,
He's
they're
sliding.
both falling.
Oh, the Raiders
Oh.
could take an offensive lineman because they got rid of both their guards.
Yeah, they rebuilt like
Yeah.
the whole thing this offseason.
I might change my pick. I might go Darashaw here. I'm not locking anything in yet.
I still think Pay. I remember when we doing that mock and looking at this pick, they had just no sack production.
Yeah.
They were all single-digit sack guys. Nothing impressive.
I'm just still in awe of the Jets pick. I can't believe they did it. That's probably the biggest trade up in a while.
Yeah.
I guess besides
Just
Darnold, but
yeah.
probably since Sanchez when they traded up for Sanchez.
Yep. Agreed.
All right, the pick's in. I'm going Darashaw here. That's my pick. You're saying pay?
I'm gonna say Peck. I'm gonna stick with that. Stick and go with that.
All right, the Raiders. There's Mayock. He's stalking around. He's got the pig.
I think Mayock is not a good GM, in my opinion.
Because, Mike, we're waiting for an orangutan to make the announcement just for you.
Did they say orangutan is making it?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. It's their former buddy, and it's the NFL Network.
They've all got great ankle flexion. They're all quicker than fast, right?
They need a lot of help. I don't know how they're good enough with the roster they have.
What do you think the Raiders are going to do here?
Let's see, what are they saying?
My 3 highest rated players I have left are Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the Notre Dame linebacker, who would be a great fit in Gus Bradley's defense.
Yeah, I guess they could go linebacker.
Safety from TCU, the best safety in the draft class. And then we haven't had an edge rusher. So Kwity Paye and Jalen Phillips are both sitting out there.
So he didn't mention offensive line, Daniel Jeremiah.
Offensive line with all the changes they've had. Is there any chance of that at all? The way they finished games last year on defense, I would be shocked if this not a defensive player with all that talent on defense.
I already locked in Darish. I'm not going to go based on them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went edge.
Yeah. Pay should be the guy here.
Here we go. So I picked Darashaw. You got Pay.
17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood,
Wow.
Alabama.
B- for me.
That's a C- for me. That's a big reach.
No, I'm
In
going
my
with C+.
opinion.
C+. I'm being too generous. I don't think this is early. Yeah.
Like 10 picks early, maybe a round early. He should have gone late first or early second. Jared was right. They always go off the boards.
Yeah. I'm surprised it was before Darashaw, too.
Yeah. He can play tackle or guard. He's probably going to slot in as a guard on the NFL level. His arms are a little small. But I think Tevin Jenkins would have been a better pick. I think Darashaw would have been a better pick. I even think Wyatt Davis might have been a better pick if they're looking for a guard. C-,
The plus, just like at least the positional piece of it.
Yeah.
The value, though, and like you were saying, the value on the spot, certainly questionable from at least what the expectations were. So that's what look at the plus for, but they're definitely in the C range. So that's also just me being more generous to these teams, unless it's going to be an absolute disaster to get below that. Well, it's draft, man. We don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it'd be awesome.
Maybe he was on the top of their boards.
Yeah.
And they just thought, just get your guy.
It's different, like Daniel Jones that night. It's a totally different one. Like that was F. Still is an F. The value and everything just did not match up there.
So Miami's up next. They can go Darashaw. I think they'd be happy with Darashaw here.
Yeah, and I think Miami, that would be perfect for them.
Yeah.
Draft has fell in their favor recently.
Yeah, it has.
Two last time. This and the year with was that last year with Austin Jackson?
Yeah.
A lot just continues to go their way.
They could also go edge rusher, probably. I'm surprised edge has fallen this far.
Wonder if Jalen Phillips goes here now.
Why didn't you just see up on?
No, I swear. Just they're saying like we didn't expect Leatherwood. It just happens sometimes.
Is Jalen Phillips the top edge or is Kwity Paye the top edge? I think they're interchangeable, it seems like.
About this, yeah. I've seen both ranked around the same spot.
Yeah, so Washington.
Because they traded down from 11 to 20, so the Bears could come up and make the first big move of the night for Justin Fields. What do you think the Dolphins are going to do right here?
He worded that weird.
Yeah.
It sounded like the Giants traded up again.
You know, again, all those edge rushers are still out there. We haven't seen one go yet. I mean, at some point in time, we're going to take a pass rusher.
I don't know any pass rushers on Miami. I think Giants will definitely go pass rusher.
How the board's falling. If you just land pay with these
Yeah.
there. Not with these. We'll see what
Or
happens.
Phillips.
I gotta lock in
Watt-
someone.
I'm
I think
going Darren Shaw.
Yeah. Seems like best tackle. They'll
Yeah. Washington won't go edge. I think they'll go linebacker. JOK. Could they go cornerback here?
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I would too.
The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips.
Okay.
Yeah, you
I
said
put
it.
out there because I think it
Yeah.
just seemed like there was really no good reason. Just thought, like, is it possible and how the
I mean,
board's
it's
going to
big. 6'5.5".
just stay home, literally.
Yeah.
There were some questions about health. Jalen Phillips has had some health issues the team's had to get comfortable with. But obviously, at some point in time, you just got to take him. He's too talented. His athleticism shows up when you see him in space. His ability to redirect, get guys on.
Making grades for this.
I don't know. I really don't know much about him. I guess B+. I really don't know much about him.
I was gonna
he
say
fell
B.
because of some medical reasons, so I think Kwity Paye might have been a better pick, but he's fine.
I'm gonna say B. I know he was a big recruit coming into college. He was at UCLA. He transferred
Oh, okay.
over to Miami. Yep. Yeah, I guess it's on NFL Network. Now they're showing that note. And I mean, you could just explode in the NFL. I mean, I always say guys that were highly recruited. It doesn't always, of course, translate, but it's obviously, I mean, should be a positive, at least in the direction for them.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were saying, we couldn't really name a top edge rusher on
They're all kind of the same.
Miami now. I think that the positional need makes sense.
Let's hope Vera Tucker can block
Yeah.
them.
Value question. A bull, maybe. Like,
I think it's-
could have
I
been
think it's
here,
okay
could have been a little
value.
later. So I'll leave it a solid B. Not far past that.
I think the value is okay there. I just think Paye might have been a little better. But I mean, yeah, Waddle and Phillips is a good duo for them. I think Washington takes a linebacker here. JOK, lock that in. I'd be surprised if it's anyone else. It's not going to be an edge.
Yeah. They don't need it.
Could it be a wide receiver?
It would be aggressive. I would like it for them.
Yeah.
But I think I agree. Linebacker, and then with Collins off the board. JOK.
I don't know who their safeties are. Maybe they go Mooring. But I think linebacker is a big need for them. Just boost their defense even more. They have a very good defense.
It's just quieter now without the Jets on the board. Less
know.
anticipation. For us.
I like it though because they made a really good move.
Yeah, I mean, well, we know tomorrow. I think for early thoughts for 34. If they're there and don't move back, like I said, I don't think O-line's going to be the pick now. I'd be surprised if they double down since they just lost their third rounders.
Yeah, I think corner is the next logical.
Corner, wide out. I mean, let's see what happens with Ojulari tonight. Should go, but I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that he falls.
No, not at all.
Like maybe you
I've seen him
take
fall a
him.
bit.
I know there's been a bunch of the other edge guys away from Penn State.
Joe Tyron
Yep.
from Washington.
I'm not forgetting the Texas guy's name. I know that he's also one of the edge that's
Texas
available.
edge.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's O. Let me get his name.
They have a tackle, Cosme.
That might have been who I'm thinking of, so scratch that.
I don't know if they have an edge.
Yeah, so Joseph Asai. That's who I was
Oh
thinking.
yeah. Right.
So
I would be surprised if they go edge though.
it would make more sense to definitely go corner and edge now that they don't have those third rounders.
Because I don't think you were here when I was saying it. I think Stokes and Kelvin Joseph makes sense at 34 right now.
Yeah, you could see that.
Could Newsom fall to 34?
If he does, and they land him tomorrow, I mean, fantastic.
If he falls to 29 or 30, I would get super aggressive and trade up for him.
So I wouldn't rule that out tonight either.
I would go up like 3 or 4 picks, give the 4th rounder from Minnesota. You wouldn't need to give up that much.
Yeah, no, I would not be opposed to it.
I don't think they would do that at all. But I would just be aggressive. Obviously, Joe Douglas showed he wanted to be aggressive for once.
I'm amazed. I'm impressed.
From what we've seen from him, that is really out of character.
Yep.
In a good way, though. But now they need to hit this 2nd round pick. It's a lot more important, I think, right? They can't screw it up.
I mean, my honest opinion, I'd love to be aggressive and grab the wide out there. If you go offense all with your first 3 picks, we haven't seen that in a while. I'll say that. We're always used to another edge, another D line because it was the best guy on the board.
Yeah.
Anthony, if you're still on, I know you'll fully agree with that. Like, we need to just take talented players and make the offense as good as it can be. I mean, it's always the one example. I love when it's called Kansas City took McCole Hardman. They didn't need him.
Yeah.
Didn't need him at all. This year, I'll finally probably be wide receiver 3 there, at least. So
You can never have enough skilled players.
I mean, even if they don't do it tomorrow. Well, now I know we were saying with who was with Anthony, he wanted the first 5 picks. So in the first 3 rounds to land a wideout.
Well, now
if you don't do it you got to do it at some point. Like
I still think they can get a good one in round 4. I had Nico Collins round 4.
Yeah.
Jared J. I know you would like him.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis.
Wow.
Linebacker, Kentucky.
Okay. Well, they got your position.
I don't like that at all. He's
I personally don't know much about him. So I can't really add much here.
Big boomer bust prospect. Pretty raw. I think JOK is a much safer pick for them. I'd give him a C+ here. I don't like this pick.
I'm just going to agree with your grades. I really don't know much about him. I did not look into him at all. Didn't ever think for the Jets it would make sense, or I think it wouldn't make sense. Just didn't think it would happen. So
yeah,
I can't add much to this guy. At least positional need, I guess it makes sense for Washington, like you were saying.
With JOK still on the board, though, I think
could the Giants do it?
They have Blake Martinez, so I don't think they would take a linebacker. I think Edge is their guy right now. I think Pay. Again, how many times have I said Pay tonight? 5?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know if I even call it necessarily a slide. Yeah,
he was supposed to go top 15.
Probably earlier, but I mean, could easily be around here.
How about the savvy? Look at him turn, find the football, and it's a house call. So I'll spoil it for you. He took this one all.
Would you be mad if the Jets went offensive line at 34?
No,
what if they took Creed Humphrey?
I would be very happy with it. Like we said, if they just signed a couple of corners, secondaries in a significantly better position, and then your O-line is in such a fantastic spot. You would have 2, assuming it's Humphrey, I'm just using him as an example. You have 2 guards now penciled in, center penciled. Well, it'll all be penciled in, but you have Becton, Vera, Tucker, McGovern, hypothetically Humphrey, and Fant. It's a solid line, and then you can upgrade the right tackle or whatever you want to do the year after.
I wouldn't hate going guard at 34. Do what they did with Mangold and DeBrickashaw that 1 year. So I'm thinking edge here for the Giants, definitely. I mean, unless they go Darrisaw. They could go Darrisaw.
They could, yeah.
Although they did take Andrew Thomas last year, number 4. I think they take Pay. That's gonna be my pick.
I'm going. I'm thinking. I'll be different. I'll go Darius Shaw. I think maybe they'll just be luck. Well, they're not that set really. If it's on the top, unless I'm missing
offensive
someone they
line.
signed this offseason. You know, Solder's huge contract is still there. I believe. I'm gonna go Darius Shaw though. Stick with it.
I think no matter who they take, as long as it's someone that makes sense, they made out well by trading down to 20.
They don't look too thrilled. They look like content, not like pumped.
Who was that really hyped team? Oh, the Lions.
The Lions were like pumped up as if they landed the best player in history. Which could be. I don't know. Still could be. Oh, wait. His name is Jared J's calling. We'll give him a call back.
Yeah. I'll lower this.
Hey, Spencer.
All right. Wow. That was that exceeded our expectations, I think. I know we wanted him, but the trade up.
If you saw our reaction, we were really hyped for it. Very happy.
Yes, we did. I mean, giving up 2 day 2 picks is a little bit steep, but
I don't think so. I think not giving up a first or second for that compared to what Chicago had to give up, I think it's a win.
yeah, no, I agree. And like me and Ellie were just talking about like who is getting through the left side of the line. Like
Yeah.
we can run for 100 yards in just the left direction alone.
Yeah.
They can't do anything to stop us. So,
I was just like I was expecting more than what we gave up. I mean,
I was expecting a second rounder.
Would
to be
love
given
to
up.
still have those third rounders. It kind of hurts. Yes, we lose a little bit of the day 2 stuff, but we're only down net 1 now of a pick. You still have a chance to get. So you can now, what do we have? 2 fourth rounders?
Yeah, 2 fourths, 2
Okay.
fifths, 2 sixths. So day 3 is now even more important than
well,
it was
it
before.
just hurts all of my mid-round targets.
Yeah.
Really upsetting.
I still think they can go Nico Collins in the 4th, though.
Yeah. Oh, if we get Nico Collins, I think I have to get.
Yeah.
Nico.
So what do you guys think now for tomorrow at 34? I mean, I'll let you guys answer first, then we'll bounce around ideas.
I'll give it to Elliot first. He had a good idea. Well, I mean, like my initial thought is we just trade back, but if 2 of the top cornerback targets, either Asante Samuel Jr. or the name slipping, Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, if either of them are available, I think there's a good chance. We think there's a good chance you take a cornerback there. If neither are available, then you have the opportunity to trade back and pick up an extra day 2 pick.
And for now, Newsom. I mean, he may go soon. We don't know. He could fall.
I
at the
think
same time.
he goes to Tennessee. What do you think about Eric Stokes and Kelvin Joseph, who I've talked about at cornerback for round 2?
I know, Spencer. I'm sure in the back of your mind you're thinking Najee Harris at 34, right?
And look, if he falls in, he's there. I think he's going to Pittsburgh soon.
I mean, honestly, run Najee Harris to the left, like Jared said.
After I did like through the mock simulators last week, and we're just seeing the running backs that you can get in 4 and beyond. They don't need to do it. They definitely can wait. I want to leave with one. We need to leave with one. We're not good enough there. But I mean, at 34, I would love to be aggressive and grab a wideout. I would still take O-line again if we want to double down. Corner obviously makes the most logical sense too because we have the need. So those are just like now linebacker I'd say is probably out unless JOK happens to fall. I don't think anyone else at 34 we would go for.
What about Jabril Cox? That might be a reach.
Yeah, Jabril, you'd have to trade back to take Jabril Cox.
I would love to trade back if they could somehow net a late third or somehow get a third rounder back in their hands.
They'd have to trade back like 15 spots probably.
Yeah, I'm
they
probably
did with
dreaming with this one.
I would also love to trade back though and still end up with Kendrick Green from Illinois, double dip.
I've seen that name a lot.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, I like it for the Giants there. I like Tony. So I give them.
We're watching it right now.
Oh, my head. Yeah. Well, my initial reaction.
Wow, sure. Wide receiver, why not? He's better.
I think
I don't love that pick for them.
That's all right.
A minus just because they are pretty talented now at that position. But
I'd
I
give
do
it a
love
B.
the players, so I'm gonna give it an A minus.
I'd give it a B. I think they need more offensive line help and edge help than wide receiver, but he's fine.
I mean, there's one thing else. I know we're going on the wrong team, but there's not an excuse in the world for Daniel Jones now at this point. They just gave him Kenny Galladay, a healthy Shepard. Maybe Ingram can have hands this year.
Slayton.
And
Tony.
Tony. I mean, there's not
And
an excuse
Saquon's
in the
back.
world. Yeah, there's not an
And
excuse.
they have what's his name coming back? He opted out. The tackle they signed from New England 2
Yeah,
years
that's what I was
ago.
saying. That's
Oh,
why
yeah.
I thought maybe a tackle made sense here because it's Solder. I didn't know what
Yeah.
the whole.
Yeah,
situation
Solder's
is.
back in this season, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're
We
set
got our
up. for him.
Redskins expert over here. If you want to hear his opinion on the Jamin Davis pick,
Yeah, let's hear.
What's
'cause
your thought?
I
I didn't know a thing about him.
didn't
can't
like
deny
that
it.
pick.
About him either, but I'm okay with it. I trust Ron Rivera to make the right decision. He was a linebacker. Jack Del Rio was a linebacker.
What
I
is your
assume it's right.
linebacker group now? That's what I was struggling with. I just don't know
He's
your
a-
defense.
More of a cover linebacker who's good at tackling, which is what we need. Someone who could play coverage more than stop the run passer. We have enough of that in our D line.
yeah, point back under Darius Tony.
So I'm happy.
I think JOK would have been a better pick, but if he's a good coverage guy, then I guess that makes sense.
He's a little bit bigger than JOK. I think is just the Redskins that little toughness on their defense. I guess is what they
Yeah.
were going for. We were talking about Jamin Davis being an option at maybe even 66.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd go that high.
We were right about Oakland doing something stupid though, getting Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, I gave that I think a C minus, right?
Yeah, I gave
Yeah.
it a C plus.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I don't know what channel you guys are watching on. We're watching ESPN, and according to their experts, that he had a 60% chance of being available with the Raiders' second round pick.
Yeah.
So they get a guy who they had an above 50% chance of getting in the second round in their first round. It's just like Elliot was like, I can't believe that happened. I go, can you really not believe it? And they're like, what? We can believe it.
Yeah.
What's interesting is like Mayock was the NFL Network guy, and
Yeah.
he's been pretty questionable since he's been there with a lot of their
It shows
picks.
you that none of these guys know what they're talking about.
I guess so. I mean, not that I know. Like yeah,
I
like some of
think
these guys I cannot speak a ton of it. Well, more than I can't speak.
They
much
don't have
about.
any more credibility than us, though.
Well,
Like-
some of them watch tape. I don't think any three of us really
Oh,
watch
I
tape.
say I caution now with
That's true,
any
yeah,
thoughts
fine.
of somebody. I can't say I've watched them like like all of these guys have. But at least from what we talk and as we say, like it's for what we read about them. It's what the guys that are watching it, what their analysis is of them. So
Yes.
that's
Right.
the best we
Read
can
a
do.
bunch of different opinions and form your own.
Yeah,
I think we
yeah,
all of us have the same approach.
Exactly. So I mean, look for the Jets. Good night. We did
A+ for the Jets
we
first
did
round.
it what we were hoping simply, and that's it. We can't be disappointed. I can't. I don't know how you're gonna find anyone
We're giving
complaining
Zach
tonight.
Wilson a chance that we never really gave Sam Darnold.
I
Like,
mean, yeah, they're already on the right path of exactly.
They've given
that.
Wilson more help than they gave Sam in 3 years.
right, you take Sam's the best player on offense out of any of the 3 years and make it like a Pro Bowl roster, and I still think our team this year around Zach Wilson is better than even the Pro Bowl version of what Sam's roster would look like.
Yeah, no, I agree. And now the interesting thing, what do we do? We were talking like Lewis and Van Roten. Like, they're gonna hold on to them or cut one
I mean,
now?
They got to cut one.
I don't think they get cut right away.
It's
Maybe as we discussed a little bit,
Yeah,
let them compete with Tim Clark. But also we talked about, there's that second wave of free agency that happens after
Yeah,
the draft. Do they need to clear up money right away? If
Yeah.
not, someone might get hurt. Like, I don't want to cut, let's say Alex Lewis and then
Yeah.
Greg Van Roten gets hurt and then we have to start Cam Clark. I want to, if we have two guys, let them compete. Competition's not a bad thing. Unless you need the money to sign someone, like a cornerback.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, at a
Like,
minimum, you hold
hopefully.
them through this season, you cut them next season, and you free up that money. So
Yeah.
it's a look. Now, that's the best thing. Now you have Vera Tucker for 5. You have Becton for 4 more. Vera Tucker for 5 more, assuming they opt into his 5th-year option. on the
Yep.
cheap. One side of your O-line is on the bargain right now.
And you have your rookie quarterback on the cheap too.
And their center's not a bad contract either.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they're all reasonable. Even Fant, if they decide to just stick
He's
with
only
him
making
even
9.
past this year,
Yeah.
they're all reasonable contracts. So
Yep.
It's-
The worst contract on our team right now is C.J. Mosley,
Mosley.
and then I guess we're still paying Le'Veon Bell.
yeah, and
And
Tremaine
Tremaine,
Johnson's
yeah.
money's on the books through the end of this
Yes.
year. So they're gonna have even more flexibility next year. I don't think Mosley will be here after this year. That's just my early prediction on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just you don't need to spend that money, but it makes no sense to cut. Well, it would hurt them cutting him now.
What's your
Fine.
favorite non-Jets pick so far?
I
The
mean, it's-
Chargers.
Yeah,
No, mine's the Bears. I gave them an A+. I like the Bears being aggressive there.
I would say the
Okay,
I'll just have to
make-
say a different one because it's just too easy to say the same thing every time. No, I'm trying to think who else went. I mean,
Probably Chase is your favorite.
I like Chase, but that wasn't like a wow. Like we
I
kind
like
of
the
knew that.
Lions. The fact that they're at 7, they were able to get Penei
Yeah,
Sewell.
that was solid.
Like I know he's whatever, you get the number 1 tackle, but it's just at 7 he really felt like great value there.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't think Jared Goff's great, and they definitely need a wide receiver still, but
Yeah,
they could be okay. They don't have to be bad necessarily.
I think they'll be bad still.
I
Their defense is terrible.
think my favorite is, as we're talking, is Dallas. I just like that they were able to move back, probably with a decent chance they were targeting parts and they're netted an extra pick. I just like how it all played out for them.
Yes,
Yeah.
overall move, I agree. Dallas made
Yeah.
the decision. I'm just also never a fan though. Like we already talked about our feelings about Smith, but
Yeah.
if Smith really is great, then they just let a division rival get Smith.
That's the
problem.
interesting thing too.
Yeah.
That's also avoiding the Giants doing it. Although now I guess they did a little bit later. Oh, that's also we could do a whole
what
other
did you
debate
say?
on that. Like I don't know. I'm going in multiple directions there. Saying like Tony could turn out to be could be better than Devonta Smith. So if that's what they were
Maybe.
targeting there, they might have just
Yeah,
loaded
knowing
up
the
with
Eagles'
capital.
luck, he probably will be.
Yeah. Well, that was one thing I was saying. Maybe the Eagles learned their lesson of it's when you're not actually winning at all. There's not major reasons to make the playoffs in reality, and
Yep.
help their draft positioning this year. So, well, we'll see. Let's see
Let's
this
see who the
Colts
Colts
selection.
take over their 5-second delayed.
Yeah.
2021 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye.
Okay. I didn't give a prediction on this.
Did we not?
I don't think so.
Did we
I
not say?
didn't.
Oh yeah.
No.
I'm surprised it wasn't an offensive lineman. They don't
Yeah.
really have a left tackle. I mean, Julian Davenport, I guess, but
Yeah, I think Darashaw is slipping a lot.
Trade back up, grab another tackle.
I think Tennessee goes Newsom here.
Now I hope if you can grab him.
no,
at
they might go
74,
Dave
fine.
Bateman.
They can go.
Yeah, I can see that to fill. What's it called?
Yeah, Davis.
Our guy now.
Yeah.
Phil Davis's role.
Minnesota could luck out with.
Oh, he has a
Darashaw.
little Wakanda collar. That's fresh.
Yeah, I mean Minnesota.
What would you grade this pick? I'd give it a C+. I think they should have went tackle here and taken Darashaw.
Don't
love the pick here.
Need not like I agree. Even if it wasn't Darisaw, Trevion Jenkins,
Yeah.
but I think Kwity Paye is as good as any other edge rusher in this draft, and getting him at 21 is B+. I don't want to give it a higher than a B+ because, like I said, I think they're missing a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think he has the chance to develop. Like, he's one of those guys, we only have like 4.5 sacks, 5 sacks this year. But, sophomore season, you can see him easily jumping in double digits right away. Me and Elliot watched a little, about me type of thing for him this morning. And he's gone through a lot, his family, and he's a hard worker. So I don't think he's one of those guys you have to worry about getting outworked at any point in his career.
I think a B- for me. Like, I think he'll just develop into a solid player. I like what Jared had to say there.
Yeah.
I mean, he could turn into a Brandon Graham as NFL Network's player comp been a solid edge rusher for the Eagles for a while now. So
Their GM is probably the best drafter in the league. So
yeah, he's done a
Ballard,
great
right?
job.
Ballard's
Yeah.
their GM?
Yep.
Yeah, he's very good.
I mean, they got 3 above average starters out of the Sam Darnold trade, including the best offensive lineman, period, in the NFL. So
And a top 5, top 10 linebacker.
Yep, right. and look at us. We traded Sam Darnold after 3 seasons. So
Well,
if this is who he says the right pick is, I can't question it.
well, as the draft started for the Jets, things are looking up right now. Vera Tucker and Wilson, I think, is a great haul for the first round. Day 3 is much more important now that there's 2 4th-rounders. Hopefully they get the right guys there.
I agree. Well, I'll let you guys go. Me and Elliot have a train ride, so we'll both send you our full grades of the first round, and then maybe some predictions for the second round when we're bored on our train ride. So we'll catch you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Jared.
Bye, guys.
Where do they have Rappaport tonight? Is that my Cleveland? Hello.
Yeah.
Just at the stadium, I guess.
Yeah, looks like it.
That was a bad question by me.
Who do you have here for Tennessee? I have Newsom.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'll go with Newsom as well.
Jared said Bateman. He thinks, right?
Yeah. I just think maybe, I don't know if they'll definitely go wide out this early. I totally could see it too, if that's their top player between the two. But I think Newsom makes sense.
They can go tackle to try and replace Isaiah Wilson too.
Yeah, they
can
wasted
go
a pick from last year.
Yeah. They can go.
You know, I'm going to change my mind so we can be a little different. I'm going to go with Darius Shaw then.
Okay.
I like the logic there with that. I kind of forgot about that with him.
I'll stick with Newsom. Minnesota's in a good spot. They traded down to 23, and they can still get a guard, Tevin Jenkins, or possibly Darius Shaw.
Yeah, kind of like it'll be like the Mims scenario from last year
for Minnesota. Yeah.
Yep.
And the board is falling favorably for the Jets still at round 2, I think.
Tomorrow. They're available.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Are they not showing this year?
I'm sure they will.
So I'm forgetting who else is coming up.
Well, the few edge rushers, Alugiari, wideouts, the running backs. Only good corners would be Asante Samuel Jr., Greg Newsome, Eric Stokes, Kelvin Joseph. The safeties are still there. Pat Fryermuth is still there. Tight end. Jets
I'd be surprised. Yeah, I don't think they would do it now.
JOK's there for linebackers.
He's not. I mean, we've still got a handful of picks to go, but he's somehow there. At 34, I don't know.
I would take him.
There's a handful of guys now.
I still think
34.
Joe Douglas can get aggressive here and trade back into the first round. If there's someone they really want. And Darius Shaw is still available. Landon Dickerson, Creed Humphrey, they're still available. Christian Barmore, who they won't take, hopefully is still there. There's a lot of talent in this back half of the first round.
I guess they didn't show it.
All the good wide receivers: Bateman, Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore.
I'm just so that I would love it. You really want to give Wilson your best chance to succeed. Like, you'd be loaded then with that.
Yeah.
Then I understand take your corner or your everything else after that, or like we keep saying, son.
Yeah, it just sucks that they're gonna have to sit out of the third round, but it's worth it for Vera Tucker. He's the real deal. I wouldn't hate the Jets trading back up for Tevin Jenkins. Put him at right guard.
Honestly, then you do it.
If him or Humphrey are there, you got to take either one. Just solidify the line.
I think that's. I mean, as you said on the pod, it's also
Focus
playing.
on cornerback next year. Do all offense this year.
That's playing into their post-draft free agency plans. Like, if that scenario happens, all right, then you can get aggressive with corner in free agency. Still, it's just my hunch on that too. Because I mean, if we're waiting, then you have to pick a corner right away in round 4.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be great corners in round 4. They still have the 4 picks next year in the first 2 rounds that they can address cornerback in. They will probably have a top 15 pick next year. So I said Newsom, you said Darashaw? Oh, wow.
Okay. All right, the position we were thinking about was right. Well, we didn't end up with Newsom.
I'm going to lose my Newsom bet. That's why I take him under 23.5. Minnesota should take...
That's an interesting fall for him.
Yeah. I'm glad I did not want him available at 34.
It would have been a risk. Certainly a risk. I would have taken the risk if he fell to 34. But like you just said, I'm glad I don't have to even worry about it now.
There's a legit chance Newsom's at 34. Minnesota's not going to take a corner. Pittsburgh's not going to take a corner. Jacksonville took a corner first round last year. Cleveland needs a linebacker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Outside of them, I mean,
I don't know what Green Bay's going to do because they don't have a quarterback right now.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, if they get to 27 with Baltimore, if the Jets could trade up, I would even go Jets trade up from 34 to 27, give them a second round pick next year.
Yeah.
Fine. Get Newsom. I would love it if they could be really aggressive. Because like we said with Jared, they're not going to make every single pick. He looks like a high schooler.
No suit for him.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think the Jets are going to trade back into the first round, but I would love it if they would be aggressive.
Yeah. I would not be
that would be super, super aggressive, but I'm all for it.
And the big thing, like we were saying on the pod, is if you can get that 5th round option. It's just such a huge difference to like extending your team's window or not. Oh, to extending it, not extending it.
But there should be a very good player at 34 for the Jets. Their draft board's falling favorably so far for them.
I'm smiling and laughing again because I just he's talking with Jared and Elliot. What if a back is there?
Who?
Running back is there of Etienne or Harris.
No, I'll groan at that. I don't want a running back. I wouldn't be mad.
Still should wait, but I wouldn't rule it. It's the same thing that we were approaching if they were to sit at 23. I just wouldn't rule it out.
I would be surprised.
But let's hope for my bet's sake tonight that they go next to 24 Harris and Etienne, one of the final picks, and I'll be happy.
I think since Joe Douglas just lost 2/3 this year, he is going to prioritize the primary positions: cornerback, edge,
I agree.
Wide receiver, and offensive line. Especially since he lost the pick, I think he'll be more aggressive with those needed positions earlier. Day 3 is just going to be super important. 6 picks on day 3, that's big.
The round 4 picks you gotta nail down now.
Yeah.
Let's hope. What's her name from Alabama? We're getting a lot. Dylan Moses now could be very interesting there.
Do you think Amari Rodgers will last that long? Or is he going to go 3rd round, do you think?
I think he'll go 3rd. Could he last? We never know what the boards are for all these guys. I don't know.
You know what? I wouldn't hate if the Jets trade down 5 or 6 picks in round 2 and get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Pick up an extra day 3 pick this year or next year.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot.
Like what they did for Mims.
Mhm.
They would have to get lucky. They would need a little luck there. But I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate a trade down in round 2, depending on who is available. A lot of options. And the Sam trade and the Jamal trade really, really helps this franchise a lot.
Tough to swallow in the moments. Well, I don't think the Jamal one is tough to swallow.
I don't think either of them
But-
were tough to swallow
That's true.
because we knew Sam sucked.
Yeah.
Jamal was tougher to swallow, I think, because we knew Sam wasn't the guy. Jamal was very good for this team in the way that he was used, because he was used as a pass rusher too. But they did get a haul for both. I think Joe Douglas made out very well with both. And let's say they want to package both first next year and move up into like the top 5 to get the top corner, get a shutdown corner. With 4 picks in the top 2 rounds, that's huge for them next year. They're in a very, very good place right now, especially if Zach Wilson works out, which I think we both think he will.
Just in a much, much better position than we could have imagined.
Yeah.
Simply.
All right, who do you think Minnesota's going with here? I'm going to say
Darryl
Darryl
Shaw. We were thinking about it before, and the fact that he's still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially since they got rid of Riley Reef, their tackle. I think Darryl Shaw makes sense here.
Yeah.
So I'll probably lose my Newsome and Jenkins pick because I had Jenkins under 24.5.
Yeah. I mean, Tevin Jenkins could be right here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's also Darryl Shaw so that he falls Jenkins to us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I would give him an A
Hey,
plus.
If you kind of look in the Mims scenario.
Yeah, they made out very well. 2/3 they got, and the top tackle who will start day 1 for them. They're lucky. I'd say they're lucky that he fell, but it worked out. So good for them. A plus, in my opinion, for them. So Pittsburgh, everyone's mocking.
I'm going to say Najee
running
Harris
back.
here. If that's the hype was today, I'm going to lock that prediction in right away.
I will just say something different from you and go off the board. I'll say Tevin Jenkins here. I think they lost some offensive linemen. I think they try and rebuild the line for Ben Roethlisberger. I'll say Tevin Jenkins here.
Yeah. See, both cases, offense here, I think is the move.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they went defense here. They don't really need much on defense. Do they need an interior defensive lineman? Could they go Christian Barmore here?
I'm trying to figure. I'm not remembering who's on their D line right now.
Casey Hayward's their defensive
Yeah.
tackle. They don't need one. Never mind. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they traded back a bit.
I think it'd be better for them to trade back here.
If you said New Orleans wants a cornerback, oh, wow, real quick. That took them a minute. If it's this quick, then maybe it is Harris. I don't know why they would take a running back here, though. I don't think they need one. Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell, right? That's
Yeah.
his first name? Benny, yeah. I almost called him Blake. Benny Snell, they're more than capable.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the rumors have been looking at a running back here. They just don't really need it.
Yeah.
But if that's what the information up to the draft was leaning towards, okay, I'm going to go with the prediction. And that I do see see that they don't need it, but also see the logic at the same time as they're not.
They're kind of win
Fantastic
now. Well, they're also
running
in
backs.
win now
Yeah.
mode too.
Absolutely do. You gotta tip your cap to them for that. Remember, they beat them in the last game of regular season.
Oh, and then they beat the brakes off.
They beat the brakes off 1 week later in Pittsburgh. Oh yeah.
With Kevin Stefanski at home.
Yeah,
Because of
at home, orchestrating.
unfortunately for him. And then they had a heck of a game against the Kansas City Chiefs. But anyway, the Steelers are on.
Connor Rogers said, "I think the Jets will move out of 34 to recoup the day 2 picks."
Yeah, I
can see
like
that.
that.
I wouldn't. Like I said, they would have to trade down 10 or 15 picks though to get a third.
I'd be okay with doing it if that's what they want to do.
Depends who is available.
Yeah. I mean, then you could
Like if
you can get
Newsome-
one of those linemen, probably you get one of those wideouts, and then you get, or vice versa, get the corner first, do the wideout round 3, Amari Rogers. So there's definitely combos they can do if they do that.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
There you go.
Reports were just spot on with
Yeah.
this one. But the one thing they do tomorrow too is they can, let's say they want to move back, maybe move the 2 and the 4 for a later 2 and a 3. I don't know, and
Oh yeah.
I don't know it's too much that we even need to do for a team that is going to move up. But I would love the swap like that if they could kind of get back into the 3rd round that way.
I think he'll do his best to get back in the 3rd round somehow. I don't know how he'll do it, but I think he'll try and get it back in the 3rd round. I guess I don't love it. I give it a B. I don't love running backs in the 1st round, but he is the best running back
As
available.
if this were the Jets. The player himself, an A, I think he's going to be a great pro. Like we've talked about, taking running back at this spot. That part is just
Questionable.
C. Yeah, I would put that part as C. But like we were saying, this team is a win now team. It's not like the Jets doing it. It would be a total different roster. So that part is it's going to average the grade out to a B for me here.
I said B. Yeah. But that's fine for them.
It's if it were the Jets here, I would bring it lower, but for the player part of it wouldn't change. But look, a debate we talked about for a while, we don't have to worry about. It didn't happen. The board would be. I would not have it like that at all. That would have been like the F scenario for me. So C, if they had done it. So glad, but they did.
There weren't many F scenarios for the Jets to have.
It was just
interior defensive line.
That was
Christian
really it.
Barmore would have been a complete F. I probably would have been just like a D. But I'm glad. I just can't believe they got Vera Tucker. That was our guys since like a month ago.
Yeah, you hit both of our predictions from the pod this past weekend. So,
all right, who do you think goes to Jacksonville?
You can really do anything here. I feel like.
Yeah.
I think they should go. I think they should go wide out. I don't think they have enough there.
I'm gonna go with Morin, the safety from TCU.
I'm going to go with Bateman. I think just build around Trevor, give him more. I mean, the same logic we've been talking about.
They should go offensive line too. I think they can do Tevin Jenkins.
Jenkins could fit. I know it's probably a little earlier now, but Wyatt Davis, get him back. Although I don't know if he played with Urban, so I'll take that away. Might not necessarily be true.
Yeah, I don't know if he did. Probably maybe. I don't know. I think Cleveland's going to be really happy because they're going to take JOK. They need a linebacker really, really badly.
I think the wideout run is coming in the next few picks, potentially. Baltimore with
New Orleans take one?
Possibly. I know I have them.
They've been looking for a compliment to Michael Thomas forever.
Green Bay, although we know that one's a little trickier now, but
yeah, I don't know what they're going to do.
Buffalo, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to do it.
I think they should. I think they should take a slot receiver.
Well, now I know he's a long-term guy anymore, but still bringing in Emmanuel Sanders and having Beasley already with Diggs. I mean,
They're both.
I get
old
the
guys,
idea.
and
I would support the idea for them if they want to do it, of course.
I think it would be a good move, or I think they'll go edge rusher. I still think Newsome can fall. If
It's looking better, I'd say now, than it was at any point.
I would still love it if the Jets traded back up,
Yeah.
but they won't. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, they just had they had a Dorsett and Marvin Jones this offseason. Okay. Nothing incredible there. And long to go with for
Shark?
yes, I was just forgetting his name there.
DJ Shark.
DJ
yeah.
Shark.
And they have I don't think they have DD Westbrook anymore.
No,
I think he's
no.
a free agent.
And of course, lost Keelan Cole to us.
Yeah.
So it's not that much to work with for Trevor right now. He needs more.
Could they go running back here?
I was just thinking, like, could they do it?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, like James Robinson obviously was an incredible find last year, but like, it's just enticing. It's still enticing, and they're not far from our scenario either. They're not winning now yet, but for the same logic, like if it, I don't know. I'm thinking back and forth on it as we're talking about it. I could see it though. I'll say yes to that part, but I don't think they'll do it.
They could go tight end if they are confident in firing moves and medicals. They don't have a tight end. I think it's Tyler Eifert right now.
Yeah.
So they can go in numerous ways. They have a lot of holes, just like the Jets do.
Yeah, I think they just a skill player would be ideal for them.
I think Trevor would be happy with that.
And if they don't here, later on in the draft, they should look at his college wideout and Amari Rodgers. It would make sense for them too.
Or they could get a wide receiver with their first, second round pick too. They pick again in 6 or 7 picks. But I still think more, and they need some secondary help.
Yeah,
I
don't think you mocked him in our mock. So you I think you had him in our mock.
Yeah, I think I put him there.
Yeah.
They haven't had a good safety in a while. They say a center field guy, like he can just be all over the field and captain the defense. Who'd you say again? Did you say Bateman?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Bateman.
I think there's a chance that Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore, or Rashad Bateman are there at 34.
If somehow Bateman falls to 30, I wouldn't even say somehow. It's not an unrealistic scenario, I'd say more at this point. But if he is there, I mean, like, just do it.
I don't think they would. I'd be surprised if they go wide out round 2, the Jets.
I think if Jacksonville doesn't do it here,
they'll go
easily do it at 33.
Yeah.
You can't leave without a wideout for him early on.
Yeah. I mean, I think Baltimore has to go wide receiver too.
I'm expecting one with their at least one of their
I think
two
they'll do
picks.
an edge and wide receiver.
Yeah.
What edges are left? Olugiari, Greg,
Yep.
Rousseau. Who else? What other good edges were there? Oh, the guy from Penn State in Texas. What is he doing?
Jokester Goodell.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Wow.
That might be profits. But wow, yeah. So we were kind of saying it as a semi. We're half serious.
I was half serious about a running back there for them.
I mean, the same idea, like we just said, if this were the Jets, it had the same concept on it of a grade.
I hate this pick for them.
I'll say, C.
I like it because he's back with Lawrence though. That's kind of fun for them.
That's true. Yeah, it's a good point.
But I like James. James Robinson was more than fine last year.
Yeah, that's going to be. Oh, I guess again the difference of a new staff and everything. That's
true.
the problem. That happens. He was awesome last year. He was incredible.
I don't love the pick for them at all. I would give this a C minus. I don't
That's
like
fair.
this at all.
Yeah.
They're in a spot like the Jets where they don't need to invest in a running back.
So it's going to be, I mean, outside of the value of where they took it and all that, it's definitely exciting for Jacksonville with that. I like that.
It
part
is,
of
yeah.
Lawrence and TNA.
It's a splashy buzz pick.
Exactly. And if you
He's
get
back with Lawrence.
him a wideout, they could land Rodgers later now and just bring the thing back.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, and we are obviously going to be biased as a Jets pod, but I mean, I would prefer our group over this group right now. I think we're better at wideout. Running back, they have us beat. Quarterback, even right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. O-line, I'm putting us ahead right now.
Yeah.
I think Wilson's set up better for the time being.
I'm taking JOK here for the Browns. They need a linebacker.
Yeah, they definitely don't need edge. They ended up signing Clowney after those visits.
Yeah, they did.
I would rule edge out. Don't need wide out there.
No.
Fine shape there. O-line, I don't really think they do.
They went Wills last year.
Last year they addressed that. I'm just gonna listen to you both and then say
JOK,
okay. I don't have a good other idea.
So with Etienne falling right there, again, the board is falling favorably for the Jets at 34.
Yep.
Tevin Jenkins is still there. Wyatt Davis is still there. Creed Humphrey's still there. Greg Newsom is still there.
Yeah. I mean,
Rashad Bateman's
and we
still
want to
there.
move back, but like if it's Newsom and Jenkins are both there at the end of tonight, just wait for which one falls to 34 and do it.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And Bateman. I'll include him in that trio too.
I'll throw Humphrey in there too.
Yep. But now here's I was gonna say, could they shock us and take a Bateman? Like, could this be out of nowhere and they do it?
Cleveland?
Yeah.
They did want to trade Beckham, but I'd be surprised. I do want to hear the reaction because they are in Cleveland. Can I just increase this a bit? No, he's not going up yet. I don't think.
Well, if Bateman's not here, I'm getting ahead of the game. He's my Ravens pick. If not, I'm wrong. I'm expecting Rondell. I'm expecting a wideout. Need to get Lamar help. Hollywood hasn't done much yet. After Hollywood,
Willie Snead's not the answer.
it's just a disaster,
Duvernay's
to
not
be
good.
honest.
Yeah.
Need to do it. They were interested in free agency and wideouts. Didn't land anything. That is going to be a difference maker. Have to do it simply.
Could they go tackle and try and replace Orlando Brown? Probably not.
I'm trying to think of.
Tevin Jenkins is a right tackle.
Yeah, I mean,
his arms are smaller, but if they think he can play right tackle, then maybe.
so they don't need guard. They're okay. I know they brought in Zeitler after being cut from the Giants.
Do they still have Marshall Yanda, or did he retire? I think he
I
retired.
don't know off the top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so JOK here for both of us.
Yep.
Let's see what they do.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved students across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of.
I guess they could possibly go Newsom or safety here. Their secondary isn't fantastic.
Could be your morning. I don't know.
Trayvon Moring.
Yeah, more.
However you say his last name.
Yeah.
Not my boy. I just think he's supposed to go high.
Did one of their safeties just retire?
I
Hold on.
couldn't tell you who their safeties were.
Hold on.
I think they go defense. That's a given.
To make the Cleveland Browns pick.
What's up, Cleveland? Are you ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land with the 26th pick for the 2021 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns? We have Gregory Newsome.
Oh, man. Bummer.
All right, there's one jet option out for tomorrow. A great pick for them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it an egg.
Give it an
I
egg.
think he's gonna be an awesome player in the league.
Yeah. Disappointed there.
All right, so I mean now, I wouldn't target corner at 34 for sure. Got to figure out another approach.
I would trade down for cornerback.
Yeah.
Trade to 40, take Eric Stokes or Kelvin Joseph. He should be good. Newsome, I like him. Disappointed there.
Thought he was gonna fall into our laps.
It would have been nice. I'll be right back.
So yeah, I mean for tomorrow now, it's just such an interesting scenario for the Jets. I would say. I mean, if we stay, I know like we're saying, Tevin Jenkins, maybe Bateman. I'm still all in for the wideouts option if they could do it. I mean, logical move. I think also certainly would be trading back. Would love to recoup another third rounder if we can do that. And probably can just well, we still need a linebacker as well at some point. That's for sure one. I mean, the lineman also that Brandon was saying before, Humphrey is still out there. There's options. There's definitely options. It's an interesting. A lot of options still could be to be content with. I know same Javonte Williams, we were talking to maybe for Pittsburgh. He's out there at running back. I know we don't need to rehash it. Don't think they will go that route there. All the information on him this week is teams do like him. They think he can be in the league. But I don't know. Gotta see how these next few ones end up happening. Simply now with Ravens, I'm expecting a wideout. Saints, Green Bay also could easily land the wideout. You know, Buffalo and some mocks at Etienne. So I don't know, a little unsure what they're gonna do there now. But I know another name that we can't forget we were talking was Ojulari. He's still here. I mean, if he's there at 34, have to think about him as well. Certainly options. So they're in a good position to stay, move back, either or. So, I was saying, Brandon, like, don't forget Ojulari is still out there, and if he's at 34 tomorrow,
Oh yeah,
you can't rule him out. Along with, I know there's all the other edges, but
Well,
Ojulari is the
he's
most intriguing.
He's not an edge. He's like a hybrid,
Yeah.
like Zaven Collins. Because you went upstairs when Zaven Collins was picked. I was saying he can rush the passer, but he can also cover, and that's Ojulari can do the same thing basically, and that's what they need. They need that with the weak side
34
linebacker.
Kind of both, honestly. I mean, you can't, both positions are not like it's going to be Davis at least, probably one. I mean, one or the other. Get talent at the linebacker spot. If they're athletic and can move around, I'm not concerned which one's playing weak, or strong. So let Saleh decide that as long as they're both good and fast.
All right, so the Ravens pick is in. Who are you choosing here for Baltimore?
I'm just gonna keep knocking him down until he doesn't go. I think Bateman's going to this slot. I think wideout is just the biggest need right here for them. They're a very good team. They're close. They just can't get over the hump yet. I don't know if Bateman's going to do that, like certainly by himself. But is he going to help Lamar? Absolutely. They don't have enough at wideout. So if I'm them, help out your quarterback. Because I'll even say this right now. I would rather the Jets wide receiver room over Baltimore's in a heartbeat now. So. And that's just for a team that's been in contending position. That's not good. Simply is not good.
They're lucky Mark Andrews worked out as well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be shocked Elijah Moore here either. I think wideout is my theme here. Simply skill player, no running backs. All the two of them were clearly off the board. The top two.
Yeah, well, they just got Dobbins anyway.
Exactly. So don't even think about it. They don't need to do it. I don't get ahead, but now with Buffalo, I'm thinking like, could they really reach a little bit and leave with Javonte Williams? I know Etienne was in mocks to them. They could do it. They're not loaded there. Oh, I mean, trying to recall who Singletary, So Moss was okay this year, but like more of a fantasy piece than anything he did really in actual games day to day.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Day, Sunday to Sunday.
Well, I think Baltimore waits for their second first-round pick and 4 picks to get a wide receiver. I think they go with Tevin Jenkins here. Their front office is always about value and getting the best player available.
Yep.
I think they replace Brown they traded at right tackle, and Tevin Jenkins was a right tackle at Oklahoma State. Maybe they think his arms and hands are big enough that he can play right tackle in the NFL.
I like the logic a lot, and like the end, just rooting for it to not happen. So he goes,
simply. I'm rooting for yours not to happen. So he goes,
I mean, one of us is going to be wrong, so one of them will move forward. And I mean, there's still just so many good options still at 34. You're basically getting a first rounder, unless they take one that we don't like,
which they could.
Yeah.
Has J.O.K. been drafted yet?
No.
No.
He's still out there, too. I don't think he's going to go here. I think it was the last year they landed Patrick Queen.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they're going to take him, but what if he's at 34?
I know. You got to think about it.
Yeah. Although I think Green Bay needs a linebacker.
Here we go.
Buffalo could use one, too.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll make it to 34. Jacksonville could take him too.
Okay. Hurts, but I was right. At least at the same time. Well, I don't want to be right on this one, but hey, I love it. This is exactly what you needed to do for Lamar. So this is a perfect pick.
Our friend Anthony won't like it.
Yeah. I like Tony a lot, but I think he's a better player than him. So getting, especially at this value too, I think he's fantastic. So here we talk with Jared favorite picks of the draft. This might be mine so far. Didn't have to move up, fell right into their lap. Well, actually, the other pick was one they acquired, but still,
this is their pick.
Fell into their laps here. I love this one for them.
Yeah, Tevin Jenkins is still falling though. I always get nervous.
One of them was going to fall for us. So
I get nervous when guys fall so far, though, because you're thinking, why are they falling?
Yes, and I get that, but at the same time,
Tevin Jenkins also. I can't say why he's good.
Yeah.
I've just seen that a lot of analysts and reporters think he's really good, and I've seen him go as high as 14 to the Vikings.
So
I've seen him go as far as the late 20s. I haven't seen him past like number 35.
See, now I'm a little less inclined to go wide out at 34. I mean, like I still like Rondell Moore.
I love Rondell Moore.
I think he's the guy if he's there. But I mean, it's something that we were talking about. Like some of the mock simulators, he was just much lower than 30.
I think it's because of his size. He's 5'7", 5'8".
So
it's tough to be a wide receiver.
But like saying, could he fill that Crowder role going forward? Exactly. So I don't know. He might go here, sir. Might go here, might go to Green Bay. In the next few, he could easily. This would be extremely aggressive, but if I'm Baltimore, I'd double down. They won't double down. I'd be shocked, but that would be extremely aggressive. You have more
edge.
I'm sure it won't happen. I would love to see Hollywood, Bateman, and Moore. That's a damn good trio if you could do that. I mean, they don't have too many holes. They're a good team. They just can't get it done the last 2 seasons in the postseason.
Yeah.
So it would just be extremely aggressive for them. But I agree with you. I think Jenkins might make sense for them.
I have no clue who's going here.
For the Saints here,
I couldn't even tell you.
corner wise, I just don't think there's
No one of
anyone that
value.
fits anymore.
No.
Linebackers, they're okay. I mean, more than okay. Demario Davis, former Jets, turned out to be a fantastic NFL player.
Edge rusher, they're good with Cam Jordan. They did just lose Hendrickson though.
Yeah,
What edge rusher?
Maybe-
Maybe Elijari.
I think that maybe they go away from Penn State. And we talk
Oh,
about
right.
Tyron from Washington. I think he's going to be edge now. I think you're leaning. You made a good point there that they lost Hendrickson.
I'm gonna go Elijari here. I think
I'll go away from Penn State. Keep seeing him around the end of round one as a dart throw for one of these
yeah.
Well, Saints maybe a little less talented now with Drew Brees retiring, but makes I don't think Rondell Moore is going here. If I have a shown reason, sir, nope, just hunch feeling on this one, and also because I want him to fall to us.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 5 picks.
Yeah.
With 6 picks before the Jets.
Tampa, we haven't talked about them at all, but I don't even know what they need.
Nothing. They don't need anything.
Like I remember in my mock, it was kind of serious, half serious. Like, is this where they take that developmental quarterback behind Brady, or do they do it later? Gonna have to do that at some point. They have absolutely nothing behind him.
Blaine Gabbert.
They just have nothing behind him. They don't have to do it here. They can definitely do that later. I mean, they honestly could just bypass it and not do it this year. But I could see the logic in it happening there. If not,
I could see them going with Trask or Davis Mills round 2.
I saw in a mock too, and going back to running back, like they had Etienne going there because the point that I saw, which I made some sense, was all their backs contracts are up. So
Not Kejon Vaughn.
is he really a piece though? He hasn't impressed at all. I mean,
He didn't get a chance to.
yes,
I liked him out of Vanderbilt.
but I mean, look what
What
the Bucs
Rojo's-
do is just get loaded and more loaded. I mean, now Gio's a 1-year guy, Fournette 1-year deal.
Wait, they signed Gio Bernard?
Yeah,
Oh, they. Oh, I
so
don't
they
remember.
have. It sounds like they have
They have
players
so many
now.
running backs.
Yeah, that was just the logic I saw in one of the mocks that like maybe because of all the expired deals, you let them all walk next year. There's your back next year, or
Yeah,
and
maybe.
maybe takes over the role this year. I mean, the only one that fits that here is Javonte Williams. I'm not predicting that when you get the Tampa slot. I'm just not sure what they don't need wide out.
I think
They'll
they'll
get a
go
tight end.
I think they go defensive line.
I think some type of defense. Yeah.
So I said Elijari here. Who?
I'm going away from
Away?
Penn State. Forgot about Asante Samuel Jr.
I'd be
He's
surprised.
also around. Yeah, I'm not saying here.
I'd be surprised if he goes first round now.
Michael Jackson, he can run the whole gambit here. He looks just like him. I'm not kidding. I mean, I don't know if we got a shot of the band as the Saints are booking into it. But
And plus, they need to replace Cam Jordan. He's 33 or 34.
Yeah.
He's not going to be around much longer. So, and
I think
edge rusher
Edge
would make
makes
sense.
sense.
let's tone it down, everybody. Here we go. Let's bring it down. And here comes the pick of the New Orleans Saints, who was rumored to be all over potentially trying to move up.
And there were rumors, remember, that the Saints were going to trade 28 to the Jets for Darnold really early on in the process.
I mean, could they shock and take a quarterback here?
I
I don't
Super
know. I don't
surprised.
imagine.
don't think another quarterback goes tonight.
Bring it down. With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Oh, wow.
Wow, this is someone that
Kind of like what's his name, Davis from Kentucky. I got nothing to add here.
I actually saw Ian Rappaport. The only reason I've heard of this guy is because of Ian Rappaport today. He said, don't be surprised to see Peyton Turner in the top 32 because of his character and hard work ethic.
Okay.
Didn't really say anything about his skill set. They just said his character.
Incomplete grade for me.
Yeah,
I got nothing
I
to
can't-
say.
They did get an edge rusher, though, like we said.
Yeah.
So fills a need. So I get a C.
Smart for that part. I
See?
just couldn't tell you anything about the player. Did not watch any Houston games ever. Don't Didn't see his name much in any of the mocks that we
Yeah.
did. I can't really add much to this pick.
I'll give it a C
No.
because I got nothing.
No,
really.
I'll give it an A in the fact that the players that we wanted didn't fall. Sorry, that did fall.
Rap's going to tell you that they're talking about Green Bay. But yeah, Rappaport sent the tweet today about Peyton Turner. Green Bay's pick is going to be super interesting. I'm going Rondell Moore here.
I was gonna say I'm gonna agree with this, Rondo. Here, I'll just be different in terms of the player. Elijah Moore, wide out.
We can agree it's a Moore.
You gotta if you gotta appease. Yes, you gotta not even appease. Just what do you do? Like what did you do? Your last year was horrific. Right? The first few picks,
And even if let's say they're getting rid of Rodgers, okay, let's just say, and Love is coming in, give him some help. Build around him if they think he's going to be the guy.
wide out is simply the move here.
They'll
Maybe Tevin Jenkins. Could they just add to their O line?
Well, they do need an offensive line. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, they need it simply should be on the O side of the ball.
And they'll probably take Christian Barmore.
They'll take JOK and just make him even more wanting to get out of there. So,
Yeah.
When it obviously is the fact that Rodgers wants to choose how his career and
I can't.
ends. That's what every
If
quarterback
Tevin Jenkins is at 34, they have to take him.
he just wins the MVP award.
Or JOK.
That's what this contract is
it's the boy. I'm just happy with the board. I mean, we're gonna get Ojulari more and more. Tevin Jenkins. Who else? Who we discussed this?
Creed Humphrey. Landon
Humphrey.
Dickerson will be there.
No, Leatherwood. I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Yeah. Dickerson might go later.
There's
in
a
the
handful
second
of options. Gonna be
Wyatt
there.
Davis.
Yep.
Um,
They don't look thrilled in Green Bay.
Away might be there.
There's
The
gonna
guy
be
from
options.
the
Yeah.
edge rusher from Texas.
Yep.
Sam Costy, the tackle from Texas. Jalen Mayfield.
Yep.
They'll have a very good selection at 34. Maybe too good of a selection, and they can trade down. Trade down a few picks. I would hate it if Tevin Jenkins is at 34. Cincinnati calls them and says, "We need to move up for Jenkins." They give you the third rounder back, though. I
Have to think about it.
I
I don't
would-
know.
I
Depends
wouldn't
how
want to
all in
give
they
up.
are. Yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't want to give up on Jenkins. But I feel like if someone good is at 34, I think Douglas might be able
Yeah.
to get up there because he's been really good with trades.
Yeah. I mean, so
He's
far
won
he's
a lot of-
fantastic with the trades.
He's
Not
won
been
probably
one you
every
could be
trade.
disappointed about,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, he's won every single trade, I think, in my opinion. So maybe he can squeeze out a third rounder
Yeah.
from someone.
I'm impressed by the deal tonight to move up to 14. Just like after what the
Aggressive.
Bears had to give up,
Yeah,
we were anticipating a first round. They were
Bears
getting,
give up a first, a fourth, and a
Yeah.
fifth.
and you like I just don't get like the quarterback premium. Like, yeah, I'm sure that plays into it a little.
Probably.
But only 3 slots back is where we made this almost the same move.
They moved up 9 picks. The Bears moved up 9 picks.
Yeah, it surprises me that we didn't have to give up as much.
Yeah, and they got a fourth rounder
Yeah.
too.
I mean, this team is incredible.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible.
I
They
mean,
did need a
I'm
cornerback.
not forgetting what was the
Kevin
corner.
King.
Yeah, I
He's
can't
terrible.
forget their performance in the playoffs. So
I'll give it a C minus. They needed offense here, but
C minus because the player's not bad. It's just the side of the ball is just absolutely incredible that they did that. I mean, did they want him to be disciplined? Want him to get out more? I just don't. I don't understand. This.
I don't love this
team.
I don't love this for the Jets though. It's another cornerback off the board. I hope they don't panic.
Well, now, like I was saying, like we've said, sign a couple vets. You don't have to force it. They can bring back Brian Poole. Sherman is out there. I know there's some. There
Yeah.
hasn't been definite connection that's going to happen or not. But whatever. Outside of him, Stevie Nelson. There are corners. You don't need to force it. So.
Or, like I said, I would be okay with going all offense this year and worry about defense
Yeah.
next year. Give your quarterback as much help as possible.
There are ways they can fill that need without forcing it to happen. I mean, tomorrow now it's just not happening at 34. If it is, they're reaching. I wouldn't
For
love
who?
Joseph at 34.
I would be
With
all right.
the other names that are available now, I'd rather just attack
yeah.
those over him there.
I'm glad I didn't really feel comfortable with Stokes at 34. I've seen him late 40s, early 50s. So I'm okay that he's gone.
Yeah,
I still think the board is falling in their favor. The Jets'
absolutely.
favor.
I mean, in Green Bay, I'm just amazed. They're incredible. What are you doing? It's just. I mean, here's the board that's out there. I mean, JOK, Rousseau, Javonte Williams, Elijah Moore, Ojulari, Owe, Tyrone.
Nick Bolton.
I don't think you could rule him out because we need a linebacker still.
The board is.
I would
looking
trade
good.
down. I think that's all. Oh, see, that board doesn't even have Tevin Jenkins, so add him to that list.
Yeah, doesn't have Jalen Mayfield, but we've seen him later.
Yeah,
though,
I think in our
recently.
mock from last week, I had him in round 3. I was
Yeah.
able to grab him, but look, they have a lot of options. I think the case now more for edge is more on the table. We don't want to.
If they
It's on
trade,
the table due to what's left on the table.
I wouldn't want one at 34. Wait, was Aluciari on that list?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see.
It's just
I think Buffalo goes edge here.
there's just no corner I would grab. Sorry, we're talking to I'm on the Jets. Bills. Yeah.
I know you're talking
I'll
about.
bounce
I
it
just
back
threw that
and
out.
forth.
We were mixing teams there. Yeah, real quick. I think they take edge here.
It should be
Don't know
Kyle
who it
Trask.
is.
Kellen Mond here. Cannon. More of a cannon than Josh Allen.
I'm gonna say Rousseau. I'll take Greg.
Yeah, I think they just take a swing on a guy like him who
They took M. Peninsula last year from Iowa. They still need some edge help a bit. But yeah, it seems like the Jets are in a good position.
We'll differ again. You're on Rousseau. I'll say Owe.
Okay.
Just to
Fair.
make it more exciting than the last few.
I think the Jets are in a really, really good position.
Yeah, I'm pending these final 3, although I don't imagine Baltimore is leaving with.
I think they go Tevin Jenkins.
I stopped before I said it there because should I say that?
If Tevin Jenkins is gone, then definitely trade down. If Tevin Jenkins is at 34 and you trade down, I'd be disappointed. Would you trade down if Tevin Jenkins is at 34?
I don't think
knowing
you
you'll
can.
probably lose him.
Yeah, I don't think you can. No. I think you sit, you take it, you figure out some of those other needs in other ways. Because then your O-line just in a fantastic spot.
Yeah. Because how and plus a second rounder is what, 4-year contracts or 3-year contracts?
4, yeah. It's
Yeah.
You just don't get the 5th-year option out of it.
Yeah. But that's still pretty good. 3/5 of your line is locked in for 4 years.
I love it. That's the best part.
I would love it. I would love it if they took Javonte Williams here, Buffalo. Or if they take the safety. Because the Jets aren't taking a safety.
Yeah, they can go in a lot of directions. The roster there it's in good shape.
and Buffalo built the offensive line in one offseason.
They went nuts.
We talked about it in one pod. They just took a lot of guys.
Swing after swing after swing. And yeah, I mean,
you're
going to hit when you do that.
I would love
it.
It
in both ways, draft and free agency.
Yeah. If the Jets can get an offensive line at 34 and lock it in, or even if they trade down a few picks and still get Landon Dickerson or Creed Humphrey or John Myers from Ohio State,
yeah,
who we talked about with Jared, or Wyatt Davis if he still falls somehow.
There's certainly ways to go about it.
I still don't want edge at 34. Illugiari, I'll accept because he's outside linebacker, but
Yeah.
I don't want a 4-3 defensive end edge rusher.
With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau.
Okay. Did I say that? You
I
did.
said-
You
you
did.
said it what?
I forgot. Ty.
Fine. Me too.
I like the swing though, like we were saying.
Yeah.
Some teams have
big.
him, according to the Twitter from some of the reporters, some teams had him as an early round one guy, some had him certainly later.
I've seen him second round.
Interesting player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give it a B. It's
I
fine.
think a flat B. I like this one.
I didn't want him.
I don't
so
like that Buffalo gets him. Get him out of the division. I think he can.
Barrett Tucker will block.
good.
Don't worry. I didn't want the Jets to get him, so I'm happy. I think the board is still very, very much in the Jets' favor.
I wouldn't be disappointed if Edge goes the next two, so we can just not worry about it at 34.
Baltimore could go edge. I think they're going to go edge or offensive line here.
I know we're getting ahead of tomorrow at Jackson, but what's your thoughts? I know weird. Wide out, likely outside of that, I think that's the easy one to say.
If Mowing's there, I think they go him.
That makes sense. Yep. I mean, I don't know their linebacker situation. Well, is JOK a possibility?
Yes.
Okay.
I still forgot about them.
Yeah. Yeah,
Tampa
I'm
can
curious.
go
I got to
JOK.
read some of the analysis later. Like, what's the reason for the fall?
Yeah.
One thing I did see about him, which I actually listened to this today, was actually on I'll give the Turn on the Jets podcast, was talking about how some of the linebackers, like, he's light. He's like 205, or I think he was going up to 215. Like, linebackers are like 250, 240. Like, he's skinny. And for a linebacker, you need, and this was the point they made, like a Ray Lewis, Brian Urlacher, these guys were running just as quick as JOK at this point in their career, but they were also 40 pounds heavier. So, like, is he more like a safety build, but he's a linebacker? I don't know if that's a reason for his fall. It's just something that I heard about him today that I thought was
Maybe
an
they
interesting way to describe him.
Maybe they could use him like they did with Jamal Adams, if he's
That's-
a little
yeah.
lighter. I think anyone who they get that has high upside can be used correctly with Robert
Yeah.
Saleh. I'm confident in Saleh
That I fully
and
agree with too.
Yulbridge, the DC as well. I'm confident they can use him correctly. Right now, I have no doubts of anything.
He
After
played
seeing,
wide out in high school.
yeah, there he is.
I like that. Just athletic
Yeah.
and edge. So,
Yeah,
put a lot of weight. Good.
yeah.
I don't know. I do like this guy. I think he'll turn out to be a solid NFL player, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter who they pick, I'm confident. After seeing Joe Douglas be aggressive tonight,
Yeah.
I have the utmost confidence in him right now.
Yep.
So let's see who they got. They got 1, 2, 3 picks before them.
Yeah.
So Rondell Moore will probably be there.
Yeah.
Tampa's not going to take a wide
Tampa's
receiver.
got enough.
Yeah, they just
Enough,
brought back
yeah,
Antonio Brown today.
Exactly. And enough for Cupcake Tom.
And Baltimore
Sorry.
Baltimore probably won't double down on wide receiver.
I think it would be flashy, but I'm not expecting them to do it.
Jacksonville could potentially take one.
Yeah. If I were Jackson, I would do it there.
So Jets are in a really good position here. I don't think they need to trade down. Joe has enough picks.
Just to have the board playing now. I'm loving the Jenkins idea, just if he's there.
I think he goes.
I mean,
here.
we got to pray here.
Yeah,
Tampa, I
don't think so.
they're doing that. Like you said, edge there. Predictions over here.
I think JOK would go to Tampa.
I'll say. I don't know what I'll say. I guess away here too. I like the edge idea for them. So
Yeah, they just lost Judon.
Yep.
I think Ngakwe.
I mean, actually, Ojulari here. Actually, I'm changing my prediction. He makes sense here.
I will say Tevin Jenkins here, unfortunately. And then Tampa is JOK for me. That's my guess there. And then we're done. Are we doing a live stream for tomorrow? We
I don't
could.
know if we're making it happen tomorrow.
Fair.
We'll definitely give our thoughts though through all our platforms. Simply.
Yeah, we will have a podcast tomorrow up. I'll probably do it.
A week can work, or maybe possibly we could do an Insta live, and you can call me in.
Maybe.
And that we could try to do it and figure that one out. But stay tuned for that part.
And either way, I think we'll be happy with what they do in the second round.
Spends months agonizing over their team's pick, only to watch them trade up.
As long as they don't trade down when someone good is available.
Almost enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Every time I eat stuffed crust on pizza, I have to play this song. Watch what happens when I play backwards. Eat 3 topping stuffed crust backwards. The original stuffed crust, just $11.99.
Picks in for Baltimore.
All the battles we fought. We have to show for it. Show you how it all ends. And no, there is nothing you can do about it.
So if Rondell Moore is at 34 also, be tough to pass him up.
I would take him there. I mean, there's so many names I would just take there. I'm happy with how the board is falling.
They've gotten lucky.
Yeah.
They've gotten lucky in the Joe Douglas era.
He's taken. Well, I'm gonna say that was the risk. It's just worked. This one just worked out.
The Mims was lucky also.
That was his best work last year.
It wasn't. He was just very, very lucky.
It was more than work. Not that it wasn't work exactly.
It was very lucky.
Every business is a connected business, so you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited.
I could see if JOK is available at 34, I could see Denver trading up for him because I've seen them connected to a linebacker.
That would make sense. He could trade up with us.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, so I thought we were talking about Tampa for a second. But
No,
also wasn't paying attention.
If JOK is at the Jets, at
Got it. I
34,
think it's Tampa. That's why I said.
Denver could trade up.
Yeah.
And Detroit needs a linebacker too. Although I think JOK is the Tampa pick, but I guess we'll see. I mean, either way, there's going to be a very good player that the Jets can take at 34. I think Elijah will definitely be there. Wyatt Davis will definitely be there. Rondell or Elijah Moore will definitely be there.
Yeah. Hard for them to go wrong there until they take someone that
Christian Barmore will be there.
That's my noise reaction to them. No, don't do it. If you do that, then you trade Franklin, trade all the interior guys, and get me like 3 wideouts in return. That's the only way I'm rationalizing. Then you better ship out the other ones and get some other skill guys in return.
Well, even if they do draft an edge, like let's say they get away, for example, trade John Franklin Myers.
Well, like that's something I know we were saying on the pod earlier too. Like for next year, someone got to watch out is what's with Foley. Are you going to pay him next year?
Oh yeah.
His. Let's see what the Ravens do. Okay. I was nervous to hear Tevin.
Yeah.
No, actually, I was wrong. I changed this to Ojulari.
Oh yeah, you did. You did say away at first.
Yeah. I like the idea.
Yeah.
One thing that's weird about him is, I think they might, if they show, I think he had 0 sacks this year. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I remember you told me that.
It's an interesting case study because he did not have a sack.
Exactly.
Stealing your content.
It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean he won't get sacks in the league. It's just like it's an odd thing. Simply odd.
But yeah,
So-
he was first team All Big Ten
Yeah.
selection. I don't, with no sacks, I don't get
I
that.
think B- for me. I like the
Yeah, I'd
I
say.
like the need of the position that they went for, but I just don't.
I'll say
I don't know. The
plus.
0 sack concerns me. Like, you just
Yeah.
couldn't get it done at any point this year. Well, the 13.5 tackles for loss is certainly impressive. So
Yeah,
he makes up for it. It's not all about just the sack. The
And
B
run.
minus.
third highest run defense grade. I'll give it a C plus. Maybe he's like a Leonard Williams
Yeah.
defensive end, where he's a run more of
Yeah.
a run stopper.
To Tampa here,
JOK.
JOK, Ojulari, they could just be aggressive and do it. I think one or the other.
Yeah.
No offense.
Yeah, I don't think they
I know
will.
that
No, I don't think
the
they will.
Javonte Williams scenario would be a little wild. I'm not expecting it. It's just
Yeah,
that was the
that'd be-
idea I saw through a mock. Tight end, they have no need. Wide out, no need. I mean, wonder why Tom is such an easy time. Quite difficult, I imagine, to work with that.
All right, so the Jets are in a really good spot for round two. Let's end it with that. Who do you want them to take at 34, assuming this is JOK or Alugiari?
Tevin Jenkins is my pick. If that's who they were potentially going to trade up for, at
Yeah.
least through all the talk that we've seen recently, Tevin Jenkins. I would love the wideouts, but I mean, I would accept Rondell Moore, but if it's between them, I'll fine, wait a little bit, take Tevin Jenkins. That's my pick.
I agree. I could see Jacksonville potentially going for him.
Yeah,
And if they
so
do,
he goes here.
The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon.
Okay.
linebacker,
Nice.
Position made sense.
my Pac-12 2.5 over
Yep.
hit. That's big.
I'll go for the Jets there. I'm happy with
Yeah.
that result.
So they're going to have Olajari, Wyatt Davis, Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson, Tevin Jenkins, Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore, Kelvin Joseph,
Difficult.
JOK.
Yeah, difficult to go wrong there. Just
I wouldn't hate it. Trade 3
I
or 4
would
spots
trade back.
down.
Yeah, I mean this is how it goes. I think for me, if Tevin Jenkins doesn't go to Jacksonville, there,
Take him.
it's enticing to trade back to get the capital back. But like, oh my, you could just you're getting 2 first-round talents at the O line.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we were asking for. You slide Jenkins to guard for this year, and then you figure that out the year after. If maybe he slides to right tackle, whatever it may be there. That's my scenario if he doesn't go to 33. At 33 to Jacksonville. If he does go, sorry, I said that wrong. If he doesn't go,
If he
if
goes
he does go 33 to Jacksonville, let's say he's out of the picture.
trade back.
I think trade back is option A. Option B, let's say they don't even trade back. My option B there, I think you go JOK. Him or Ojulari.
I was gonna say Olajari.
I think I would do a 1A, 1B scenario. Like I would accept both, whichever one they went. I still would accept the
Wouldn't hate
wideouts
Rondell
and
Moore,
the Moores.
yeah.
I just don't know. Slide back a little more than to maybe grab one of those wideouts.
I
But
would
I would accept it. There's a lot of good scenarios here. There's the board.
Wyatt
worked out
Davis.
very
I
well.
wouldn't hate either.
Yeah.
If Jenkins is taken, I would take Wyatt Davis or
Yeah.
Creed Humphreys. Still, I love Creed
The
Humphrey.
board's just in a tremendous spot for them. We have to be happy with it for the Jets tonight.
I would say A+ for the Jets tonight.
Oh yeah,
Very-
there's no a rare time we could be thrilled about it. Hopefully we revisit this in a couple of years. They're A+ players. I mean now it's
Yeah.
perform.
Yeah.
That's same with the rest once they get them, but perform.
Yeah,
So
they have so many options at 34. If they trade down, don't want to trade down too far, just far enough to get maybe a third
I'm
rounder.
trying to look
maybe
like a
fourth.
target, like maybe like I like your Cincy idea if they're comfortable with like maybe waiting on one of the other O linemen. It's only a couple of slots
Since
down.
you're in Denver, I think would be
Yeah.
ideal.
You get probably you would
You
get
probably,
that.
I don't know if you get a third. You might get another fourth, which
Yeah,
is fine.
It's
I
just
think
exactly. There's ways to
take a fourth next year.
you're even. I mean, just looking. No, I don't know. Those are
I wouldn't
the
go
early
past
thoughts.
Denver. I wouldn't
agree.
go past Denver on the second.
Yeah.
I want to
So
stay.
I want to land with
I want to stay in the
leave
top
with one.
10. Yeah,
exactly.
stay in the top 10 of the second round. You can leave with a lot of good players. So I got nothing else. A+ for tonight.
Great night.
Looking
Thrilled.
forward to tomorrow.
It's Wilson time. It's I'm getting a headband, no doubt. Anytime, any place. I'm wearing one week one. So
Yeah, a lot of good options left. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. I will do some live tweeting tomorrow, as we probably won't do a live stream, but we will have a podcast out tomorrow on reacting to day 1 and what we can expect on day 2 and 3. So with that, enjoy the rest of the draft, and we will speak to you soon. Thanks,
Jet up.
everyone. Let's go Jets.